Okay. Yeah, hold on a second.
I thought you were going to say quit talking smack and get back to flat Earth.
No, I gotta play Dandelions. You didn't tell me it was that funny.
I didn't think it was funny. It was traumatizing for me.
What is it?
Yeah, hold on. I gotta convert it to MP3.
He's going pro and bringing it home.
Oh, it's good practice. The clips you really want, you got to download. You can't rely on crowd sharing or the people's clips that other people made that you're linked to. You got to download it. Otherwise, it could disappear on you.
Yep. If you see or hear something on the internet that you want to keep, you better grab it right away. There's no guarantee that it'll still be there tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah, I was just looking for the Flat Earth's answers to fake Prof. Dave's 10 things Flat Earthers can't answer. Because he's a gosh, I can't even talk, Zarko 74 does not like fake Prof Dave, and I used to put those up all the time because that's one of his most annoying lies. He puts up that video that says 10 things flat earthers can't answer, even though we answer those things all day long, 24/7. Anyway, a couple of people had made response videos, but I was having trouble finding them because the accounts were gone. You know how it is. You go to it and it says, this YouTube account is terminated. Yeah.
He's probably
Hard to
reporting
find.
anybody that does a correction video to his video, too.
That could be. Yeah, these were good. I haven't seen them for a few years. Hopefully I could still find them somewhere.
The algorithm would side with him automatically, as would anybody with their own confirmation bias. Any Glober who's normal would say flat earthers are insane and automatically side with him. So, yeah, that tracks. Apple, he is such a strawman farmer.
So I have a question for you all. Dandelion, maybe you have a good answer for me. So when the GTs come on and they say something, they make this little statement here that's not really a question, but they want you to think it's a question. They say, what about time zones? So how do the GTs account when they make that blanket statement for the fact that we're getting ready to arbitrarily change our clock here in a couple hours?
They don't, because they're not asking the right question, and they're not educated enough in their own question to understand the question they should be asking. So we got to do it for them. So their actual question is, if the Earth is flat, why isn't it daylight all the time, at all times? That's their real question. They just don't know how to say it.
Yeah, so they use their half-baked English skills to say, what about time zones? Yeah, no doubt. It's just interesting that I sit here and I watch somebody explain the political ramifications of time zones and how that's more important than where the sun actually is. And the person kind of got it, but then tonight I was just kind of thinking, okay, well, does the sun somehow magically change? So we have to change our clocks because the sun screws up twice a year?
The worst part is when people ask about time zones and you go to explain it to them, show them information, and they talk over you the entire time and don't listen to anything and then claim that you can't explain time zones.
Right. And then back there.
Yep. And you try and explain it again, they talk all over you again, and then claim that you can't explain time zones. That's their MO. They do that crap all the time.
Yeah, of course. And then as soon as you get them to a point to where they realize that they've lost it, instead of conceding or walking back their arrogant comments, they just gish gallop onto something else. Well, what about ships disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah. And again, you can explain it to them. They'll talk over you. Doesn't matter what you share, and then they'll claim that you didn't explain it at all.
Yep. And then once you re-explain it, and they finally realize they're losing, then they gish gallop off to, well, what about eclipses?
Yeah. And then they insist again, doubling down. You guys can't prove anything. You can't explain anything after not listening for an hour.
Yeah,
I
you
prefer
guys
the ones
lost the argument.
we
I'm
have
not
good
going to stay
combos.
around here anymore. And then they leave.
Yep. I like the combos we get though that are productive and end up, having a little bit of a proper conclusion.
What about satellites?
What about
I just
tides?
wonder, they all have this same formula where they ask these same questions in the same order, and then when they ask them, it's always like, "What about something?" rather than building up, trying to put some meat on the bone so it can be discussed. They just, "What about?" and then they make some sort of little half-baked statement of something that they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. I just wonder who it is that passes out that script and that set of questions in that exact order from time after time.
It's probably on a website or something.
Yeah, the flatearth.ws thing that's so popular for people, the anti-flat earther website that's #1 on the Google search.
Yeah, full of nonsense. That was the website that converted me to flat Earth.
AI automatically goes to that website. Of course, we're just saying stuff that everybody else here has seen 1,000 times, so that's redundant.
Yeah, and that's that website, flatearth.ws, written by morons because every time they try to explain how a camera works, they get it wrong.
Who is it that actually published that page? Is there, does anybody actually know, or do they just try to keep it under their vest?
I don't know. I figured I would stay silent for a second and see if anybody else did, but I have no idea who's running it. Looks like we need a Glober in here to make a claim.
Well, you've got
At
the
least
old
one.
standby Raiden, True Blue, Globe Believer. Waiting for the Nobel Prize to be awarded to a flat earther before he'll accept that there's no measurement of curvature.
How about the ones that show you flat earther stuff as hostile
fair,
witnesses
yeah.
to prove their globe? Like, it's always a flat earther proving the globe, never a Glober. It's so weird.
That's fair, but
Yeah.
okay.
Where's the,
So how about a flat earther proving flat Earth? You just volunteered.
Oh, geez.
where's the Nobel Prize for
Well,
proof
you
of
make two
gravity?
faux pas.
Okay.
One, you said you need a Glober to make a claim, right? And
Well,
then the second thing you said
I
is
was.
that how come the flat earthers are proving the globe? So then that leaves the obvious excluded middle, which is when's a flat earther going to prove flat Earth? And since you're the last one to speak, that falls on your shoulders.
All right, I call for a field trip. Let's go.
Oh, so it's in the future? Your proof is in the future?
Yes.
Not, you don't have it now?
Yeah. Yep. I don't have anything readily available, but I request a field trip. That would be fun. No, I got stuff I could talk about, but
Well,
it's
then
not
if you
like it's
don't have
actually.
anything, yeah, but think about it this way. If you say you don't have anything, yet you're a flat earther, then that means you came to your position without any proof. So then your position is irrelevant.
No, it's more like I got stuff, but I personally could hand wave away everything I have that other people, you guys don't hand wave away, but I can because I'm a bit more skeptical. But it does track logically. It's just, I hand wave away a lot of shit.
Hmm? So as an
I
inquisitive Glober audience member representative, I find that highly flaccid and unbecoming of someone that claims to be a flat earther.
That's fair. I could bring up measurements and stuff, but then somebody's going to use the opposite of it, as they always do, and then double down on the
Well,
Globers.
you gotta wait till it's robust before you measure it, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The point is I can spit out the same rhetoric that all the anti-Globers do and do the nuh-uh shit. Is my point. There's nothing I could do to show myself because I would go nuh-uh to myself.
So you would not yourself
That's
if your
what they
own
do, don't
evidence the
they?
earth is flat? How does that make sense?
Yeah. Because there's nothing we could show them. That's why I said
Who
field
cares what
trip.
they do? They're asking you, yeah, that's fair, but they're asking you what you do. So so for example, if you say field trip, what does that even mean? You got to at least put some meat on that bone.
Well, one, people often bring up the Black Swan thing, so visiting that in person and then having other people also record would be a good thing rather than just looking at the recordings of other people. Like getting out there grassroots again, doing things. But there's so much more than just that one location anyway. People get stuck on that one, and there's more. That was just my
All right, so
point.
you haven't
We
been there,
spent a
right?
lot of time talking about what's already been taken, is all. And I love it when folks get out there doing like a Salt Lake Stacy, I think is her name. She gets out there recording things. That's really cool. Or when any of y'all do, it's great stuff. Like you going out to the
Yeah,
lake
fair
or
enough,
the
fair
river.
enough. But all I'm hearing as the inquisitive Glober customer, audience member, too scared to speak up representative is that you got nothing.
Yeah, fair enough. Watch, I can pick anything though, and I know exactly what you can do.
Who cares, dude? Somebody asked you, right? What's your evidence or proof that convinced you the Earth is flat? I mean, that doesn't require them to agree. It's your story.
Yeah. I would say measurements and the lack of curvature. Like anything I see, and the fact that the wide angle lenses exist on cameras, or people don't understand how those work. So more often than not, they present that kind of thing, and it's quite obvious that's what it is. So a lot of it ends up actually being debunking the evidence that other people present to us. Like, no, this is not true because ABC. But if I were to present something, then I have to double down and explain it to somebody who's usually not going. It's frustrating, man. I think I've become cynical over the years. It's the odds of us finding somebody who will listen is very low. So it's made me kind of, yeah, black pilled, maybe bitter about it.
Well, that's great and all, but you listened. So now you're condemning everybody else for what you already have.
And I have to keep that in mind too, that I did listen. So there's always somebody out there who will eventually.
Yeah, and you're
Well, they
not
certainly
always
ain't
going
going to
to
be
see the
listening to dead
result.
air.
That's
True.
true.
Exactly. That's another thing you don't know. So, like for example, we had one member in here. Their kid went to school, and the teacher was talking about something, and they spoke up and said, "Oh, that's not true because of ABC or something like that." And like a dozen other kids in the classroom spoke up along with him after he did. So he didn't realize that many of the other kids were already in a mood to be like, "Wait a minute, this stuff doesn't track." But
That's true.
until he spoke up, he didn't know
Gotta
that. So
have
he
the
was
courage.
living in this bubble. Well, why don't you model it for him right now? Tell the world why you think the Earth is flat. How you came to that conclusion.
But you're right, people, the courage. Everything presented
put
to
a
me that I
feather in your
look
hat.
into, there's something fishy about it. And the more I dig into it, it's just the stuff that's off versus the stuff that's correct. When you look and you go out and check stuff for yourself versus the story we're given, something doesn't add up, and it gets worse the more you look.
Right. So that's the
Well,
position of an agnostic, not a flat earther. Wouldn't you agree?
if I can
Well, I
add,
guess that's the
if
starting point. Then you start there on the fence. Then once you start digging, it brings you towards the flat Earth side because time after time, the evidence doesn't line up with the official narrative. So if you keep on debunking the official narrative, your faith in it drops.
if I can add something that might help the conversation along, for me it was always water.
It takes a willingness to want to, though, and I don't think a lot of folks have that willingness.
Well, they don't care. They don't care. They didn't ask you
Well,
about other folks. They asked you about you.
Yeah.
They said, hey, you, what convinced you the earth is flat?
Well, I've never seen curvature with my own eyes. And practically speaking, the functions of reality, like water seeking level and other stuff. But again, they would just invoke gravity over and over. Just belief.
What do you mean they? You're telling your story. There is no they.
Fair. Well, it's under the premise if I were talking to somebody who is definitely staunchly against flat Earth, which is what we usually deal with.
It doesn't matter. You just make your argument to a conclusion. A leads to B, leads to my conclusion, which is C. You don't need their
Fair.
participation.
Their reaction speaks
So
volumes.
basically, what I heard, yeah, fair enough. Basically, what I heard is I believe in flat Earth because of your reticence to accept my reason why I believe in flat Earth. That makes zero sense, brother.
That's a good point. I should be able to make my argument without having to actually invoke the person I'm talking to.
The reason why I'm grilling you is because there's been a trend lately where people that come into our venues are just flat out asking, "Hey, why do you think the Earth is flat? Why do you believe the Earth is flat? Why did you come to conclusion the Earth is flat? What evidence is there that the Earth is flat?" And they're being dismissed, and their questions aren't being answered. They're getting a lot of hems and haws and reverses to be like, "Oh, well, why do you think it's a globe or not?" It's like, dude, they asked you an honest question. If you can't answer that question honestly, why would they even care to have a discussion with you at all? Think about it. It makes zero sense. And I'm not
You're right.
singling you out that you've done that, but
No,
people
you're
have
right.
been doing that lately.
Well, I get it too because when we use each other as examples sometimes, this is how we teach others. So I understand.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
good.
So for example, I've been on the stream where there's no reason other than the globe are just asking what evidence is there that the Earth is flat, and then they're not answered at all. There's some kind of red herring or reverse attack on that person for being disingenuous for asking the question, and then there's just dead air and no flat Earth exposition. So the Glober certainly isn't engaging because they didn't get their question answered in good faith, and nobody's hearing anything. It's just dead air. Like it's the simplest question. Like if you say I'm a flat earther and somebody asks you, well, why are you a flat earther? You should be able to answer. What evidence led you to that conclusion? You should be able to answer. Otherwise,
Like,
I mean, what are they going to think? You just picked flat earther out of a hat of things you could be today?
it's your chance to kind of give your testimony of how you got to where you are.
And fair
I don't
enough,
think
that
you
could
got
be
to go
about
that
anything.
far.
It's like, yeah, not a testimony.
Yeah,
That's a
you
bad
don't got to
word.
go that
Just
far. Yeah.
anything, man.
I mean, you could just say because I've never seen evidence it's a globe. I mean, that would be succinct and to the point.
Still,
Because
what
we've been
AI
talking
was
about
pointing
this.
out earlier. Go ahead, dude.
Well, I was just gonna say, me, AB brought this up the other day about the black swan. Like, why are we by using the argument, like, why are we even debunking the globe in the first place? Because like, why are we going like almost reversing the burden of proof and taking the burden of proof onto ourselves? And I understand that, but on the other hand, and AB often does this, where he was like, "No, we're here to figure out why you no, the Earth is a globe, and the person will often try to reverse it and say, well, why do you think it's flat? And AV would just like not answer. I mean, he has answered. I'm just not saying he never does it. I'm just saying most of the time, the guy's just trying to get off his burden of proof, which is fine. But I just think just for me, it's more simplistic to just go, why do you think the Earth is flat? How flat it is? Okay, next question. Like literally, it's the simplest question to answer because it's self-evident that the Earth looks flat. I mean, that's all I need. I don't need anything beyond that. Once I say looks flat, then the burden of proof shifts to them. Right? I've met my burden. Because if their paradigm is empirical observation, the initial empirical observation looks flat. Why do I need to go beyond that? And they'll come up with all sort of convoluted. I mean, we've all seen it, right? They'll come up all sort of convoluted by somehow that's fucking not the true reality, right? Okay, fine, prove it. That's fine. But I've met my burden at least for empirical observation, right? Which is their standard. You got to understand, they're saying science proves it. Okay, that means their standard of truth is empirical observation of the natural world. What's the empirical observation of the natural world? Earth looks flat. Okay, bam. That's it. According to their standard, I've met their burden of what truth is. You understand?
Yeah, and most of their
Super
arguments
simple
after
answer.
that, they have to agree. Yeah, most of their arguments after that, they have to agree. They'll say, yes, the Earth looks flat, but...
Yeah. Now prove but.
You're
Your
right,
but is
AI.
the case.
I overthink shit too much and just need to get straight to the point a lot of times.
Well, I mean, they've complicated it. Like the globe Earth side have complicated it intentionally to make it convoluted when it's actually a very simple proposition. How many times have you heard it? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. They think it takes some freaking highfalutin science to figure out whether the fucking Earth is flat or not.
Yeah.
Of which they've disqualified themselves to be able to scrutinize by their own admission that they're not up to the task. So that what they've just admitted is they just trust what some dude said. It's really their position at the end of the day.
Based upon they not understanding what the guy said. The guy said a bunch of word salad. They don't understand, so that guy must be smarter than them because they don't understand what the guy said. So I'll just defer to him. I'll defer to his word salad. I mean, these are the guys that are like, what if we're in a simulation? What if our brain's in a jar? It offends them. Like, honestly, it offends them of being like, yeah, the Earth looks flat, therefore it is. That shit offends the hell out of them. No, it can't be that simple. It has to be complex. It has to be complicated. It has to be hard to figure out. It just can't be the way it is. That's too easy. Flat Earth is so easy a caveman can do it, and they did do it. We all heard them when you ask them, can you figure out what the shape of the Earth is yourself? And they'll either say no or they'll say, yeah, all I have to do is go to space. Yeah, which is basically saying, no, they can't.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how silly that is to say, oh, how would you figure out what the Earth is? How could you prove what it is? Oh, I'd just go really high and I would just look at it. Well, freaking, I didn't go really high and I'm looking at it and it looks flat. That isn't good enough from you. But somehow if you go freaking up really high away from the Earth, somehow that's good enough if you look at it from there. And that whole idea that you can look at it from that place where they think they can go to take a look, that whole thing is 100% a belief. A, that they can reach that position, right? That location. And if they got to that location, they'd be able to see the Earth in its entirety in such a way that they could reach a conclusion about what its shape is.
Yeah.
That's a whole bunch of faith right there.
Even then, high altitude imagery is no guarantee that you would get an accurate representation of what reality looks like, because we've got phenomenon from under the sea, like Snell's window, that causes weird phenomena, causes weird shit to happen. That doesn't look like a flat line. So if something like that were to happen at a high altitude, I would not be surprised at all. The only thing that could change my mind is measurements for curvature that I would have to confirm on my own accord at this point. Like a field trip. Got to go out and look at it.
I posted a video earlier of, I think it's A Plain Truth. Hold on, I'm gonna post it again. Did you see that video that I posted earlier when I
I'll
first
check it
came
out.
in? Hold on, I'll
If I
post
haven't
it again.
I'll watch it. Yep.
So he takes his camera and the camera's fixed. It's fucking crazy, dude. You have to see it. It's like I mean I could describe it. It's better to just see it. Look at that. Can you see the thumbnail I digress? The thumbnail of the video? Can you see
Yeah.
it in the chat?
With
You see
something
where that
kind of
arrow
sneaking
is?
around the distance.
Yeah, you see where that arrow is?
Yeah.
When he starts filming, that's where the horizon is. Is at the tip of that fucking arrow. And he don't move the camera. So the tip of the arrow is where the horizon is when he starts filming, and the freaking oil rig is above it. And as he's filming over time, it eventually sinks down. Yeah, you gotta see it. It's freaking badass. The Plain Truth has caught a lot of stuff, man. Yeah, I know he doesn't come on Discord, but man, there's a few flat earthers out there that do observations, man. Like they do not get the recognition they deserve at all. It's because they have small channels and they're probably freaking shadow banned. And, they don't, go on Discord or go in the freaking chats or go on X.
Oh, dude, I skipped forward a little. That is a really good video. I'm gonna save that one. We need more animated GIFs and stuff like that too. You're right. There's a lot of good stuff out there that doesn't get the recognition that it should, and I think that we should be trying to promote it the best we can whenever we get a hold of it, because the algorithm might not present it again.
Yeah, when the Globers come in here, right, and they've seen, they look for, ships over the horizon, whatever, and they've seen videos, that the algorithm promotes them, right? Those are like one-off observations. Like this dude, The Plain Truth, Pablo's dog. There's a couple other guys, Curious, or not Curious Life, what the hell's his name? Yeah, Curious Life. Sky Free. They've never
I
seen any of the videos.
reconstituted.
Okay.
I got that
Reconstituted?
curious life thing. I got the 5 parts. I gotta reconstitute and then pull out the music that he's got. Some of the music he's got that can't be played through certain bots. So I'm gonna just figure out a way to mute that music, and then we should be good with this main 5-part series again.
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
Just watched Toronto show as always.
Awesome. Dang, I got so used to saying welcome over on the guest servers, and I'm doing it here now.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat. So Sky Free has like a compilation of like different guys that have done observations. He's comedy. He did one time. He had an underwater camera. So the water level was cutting halfway through the image. This was a while back. So, you can use the drop formula. You don't even have to use the obscured height. And he could see all the way like 7 miles across. some water in Canada. Yeah, but I'm just my point was is that like there's flat earthers that are doing observations regularly all the time, documenting like what is actually out there, right? And it ain't no freaking globe.
like it's about what is it now? That the Earth is not spinning. That's the claim, right?
Yes,
So I
that's the
can
evidence.
only claim something which I heard from some professionals that might be a little bit outside of the like mainstream shit. I know how to say it because English is not my first language, but there's one piece of evidence that I could point to that might not be about the Earth spinning, but it might be evidence pointing towards that. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, like, I work with like in my field of expertise in where I work at, it's about like scales, like you're weighing things, right? You step on a scale, you weigh yourself, or anything. You know what a scale is, right?
Yeah, we know
Probably.
what weight is, mate. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So there is a like the scale thing is like regulated, so you have to have a like an experienced person come to your place where you have your scales if you work in like industrial stuff, right? So they are calibrated. So like a scale has to be calibrated by a professional, right? And they came to my place and I asked them about how it works when they go to different like latitudes, right? Like if they go further south, they actually have to take that into account because the like weights that they have, like they have to calibrate it based on like the latitude or like
Yeah.
where
Well,
was it longitude?
Well, that's the old. That's the new news. Let me give you the. That's the old news. Let me give you the new news. That lore has since been updated by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says because the Earth has a bulge, the bulge and the more mass that's under the bulge exactly cancels out the centripetal force that would throw you off the Earth. So it just ends up being the same anyway. So yeah,
I mean that's not what the guys told me because they still have like they have like zones
if
that
there's
they
more, if there's more land, right? So there's supposed to be a bulge at the equator that's 11 miles high, so it's 11 miles more Earth, right? So that's going to have more pull, right?
20.
So hold on, Rusty. So the claim is that something will weigh less at the equator than the poles because of this Earth is spinning, right? And it's throwing you off. Okay, but now they're saying, well, that's not actually the case because there would be more mass there. And that mass compensates for the centrifugal force and would all equal out.
That's not what
That's the new shit.
the person was saying to me.
Well, he's full of it, dude. They'd be doing fucking gold arbitrage.
I mean, they are calibrating the scales, so they are equivalent
every time
to
you turn on a
more northern
digital
hemisphere.
scale, it has to be calibrated every time.
Yeah, but why would that be when you go further south? Like, I know that Neil deGrasse Tyson has said that we have a bulge at the equator,
you can walk
but
into
it
the other
doesn't
room.
matter
It
in
has to be
MA.
recalibrated. Every time you turn it off, when you turn it on, it has to be recalibrated.
Yeah, but when you go further south, there's like a... Yeah, but if you go further south towards the equator, there's a measurable difference.
Yeah, you're saying that, but that's
based
not
on
true,
something.
dude. That's not true.
Okay.
Somebody told you that because somebody believed that, but it's not true. Want me to show you it's not true? Okay, I'll show you extra data taken
I mean,
by
I asked a guy that was at our place
Well, I'll show you
calibrating
data.
the shit, and
So this
he
won't be word of mouth hearsay.
specifically
This will be
said,
data that people took with scientific scales, the measurements performed by scientists. Okay.
I mean, he was an expert in his field, so I would take his word for it
So what?
to a degree.
Did what? Sorting out scales. There was an old woman who used to do that where I worked. He had to recalibrate the scales every single week because of, standard weights and measures and so on. You can't be selling more or less of something and charging somebody a different price. So, yeah, just because somebody can press a few buttons on a scale doesn't mean they're some kind of expert in why the Earth does the shit that it does. They've just got a job of work, mate.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like kind of weird that depending on if you're further
I'm just gonna say it again. It's not true, dude. What you're about to say is not true. You just believe it.
Yeah,
I don't believe it. I heard it. I asked him.
you heard it.
He's wrong,
Sorry.
dude. What will you say? He's
Okay,
wrong.
so okay. Well, maybe he was
So this
wrong.
would be
I
the
guess.
test, buddy. This would be the test. You'd be at 45 degrees latitude, and then you'd take your scale, you'd weigh something, and then you'd go to the equator, and without zeroing it, you would weigh it again, and then measure some difference.
Shut the fuck up! Earth is not flat. It's round. Retard.
Okay, have a temper tantrum. That's awesome. Anyway,
That's on me.
so this is what you'd have to do. But here's the problem. When you're in transit, when you've left 45 latitude and traveling to the equator, your scale is going to lose accuracy. So you have to zero it when you get to where you're getting, which negates the entire thing.
No, yeah, but the fact that you have to zero it
because of transit.
That's a yeah, but because it like you want your scale to be at like at regular, you want to be at 0, right? And if you travel to the south, there's like a difference in the weight that it's gonna say.
No, there isn't.
Right? Okay, well, I guess.
Yeah, Rusty, what you're looking at here is what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But we're even better than that. Inyo can show you it's quite the opposite.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I just got one more graphic. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you, dude. Because like they did this as an experiment. A bunch of so current scientific scale companies took scales and sent them all over the world to a bunch of scientific facilities, and they did this test, dude. So there's the graph. Well, hold on. There it is. If you look in the side chat, you see the measurement graph, the predicted change of weight based upon latitude versus what was actually measured. It's just a freaking sawtooth nonsense. But I was trying to tell you, the new hotness is saying that the mass of the Earth cancels out the centripetal force or centrifugal force. Because gravity's going to be stronger at the equator, but the rotation is going to counteract that gravity. So, but it all evens out. Neil deGrasse Tyson says he's been telling this story that you told for 20 years, and he's been wrong the whole time. He admitted being wrong the entire time.
I mean, how are you going to invoke like centripetal force if you don't believe in it? Kind of weird, isn't it?
This is called an internal critique of the globe claim. I can probe an idea internally to check it for consistency and accuracy without adopting it.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Just like you can say on a flat Earth, X would happen, right? That's an internal critique.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, I was just like the thing that I was putting forward is just a real life experience I had asking a professional in his field about the difference in weight based on your on a
well, I mean,
way where
know something about professionals in their field, that they're full of shit just like everybody else.
They're professionals in a field that doesn't exist.
No, it is a field that exists. It was just that maybe I asked him something that wasn't true in the flat Earth sense. Yes.
No, it's just his preconceived idea, and probably something that he got told by somebody else when he was training to do his job or at university, because, we all live on a sphere. Interesting fact about living on a sphere, apparently, if you move locations, scales work differently. What is heavy here is not so heavy over there, blah, blah, blah. Yet this is just what, at best, now an old wives' tale. It's not true, dude. It's just one of these things that people have picked up over time because, we live on a sphere and these stories exist. And what they go to work, you ask a question, and he pops up and goes, well, did you know that when we change location because we're on a ball that spins, blah, blah, blah. It's just storytelling, mate. It's an old wives' tale. Now, the story's changed. That's what Indio's pointing out. Different story now.
Well, it's
I was just
it's
presenting
retroactive. It's like in the fiction world, they call this retconning or retroactive continuity, where they update their story in the present to make excuses for things that have occurred since they last made their claims or story points. But look, most of the claims from Globers about any of this stuff is from an idealized model. For example, a famous one is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City. They say that the towers are 1 5/8 inches apart at the top than the bottom in order to account for the curve of the Earth. That's a claim that was aired on television on a TV show called Modern Marvels. Yet, there's no evidence that they even are 1 5/8 inches out at the top, let alone that it was engineered to be so, and let alone that it needed to be so in any manner. All as they did was they took a idealized model of curvature of the Earth and just said if two objects were this far apart and the direction of down was a radial to the center of a circle, then this is how much they would be if all of those other things I just said were true. And then people just believe it. And then people will come and say, oh, did you know they have to take into account the curve of the Earth when they make bridges? Like, get real, dude. Pure fantasy. Listen, friend, it's not even possible to construct a bridge made out of the materials that they made the Verrazano Narrows Bridge out of to be intentionally 1 5/8 inches out at the top. It's not even physically possible.
How could they even check it?
Exactly. The building methodology.
They checked it in the winter and then checked it in the summer. They're going to get different measurements.
Yeah, dude. The deck that the cars drive on that bridge elevates and declines the distance from the ground like 11 feet throughout the year. 11 feet. So if you're driving at the peak of the expansion, you're 11 feet higher. Sorry, 11 feet. 11 feet higher.
Lower.
Oh, because it's suspension, so it's contracting. So you're being pulled up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, whatever. You drive at one time of the year, you're 11 feet higher, and then the other time of the year, you're 11 feet lower. Yet they want you to believe that they engineered this thing to be 1 5/8 inches out at the top versus the bottom with cement and steel, right? And me and T-Dub looked it up. I can't remember the exact distance of the spans, but the concrete's accuracy is like 1 3/4 inches over a span, which was like, in the tens of feet versus hundreds of feet that the towers are.
Well, you got to finish their argument, right? Their argument is the bridge would have fell down if they didn't do this.
Oh yeah,
If
yeah.
they didn't make
Everyone
that
would
tolerance,
die.
then the bridge would not work.
Well, when they were taking the engineering measurements of that bridge, they could only take it at nighttime when the temperature was even. They couldn't take them during the daytime.
They have this whole thing in building structures, like you just said. You have to do different things at different times, but you even have to build it at different times. The holes on the stuff don't even line up. You have to wait for the material to match temperature so that the holes line up.
Man, that
Then you can put
explains a lot,
the
bro.
bolts in.
Well, because I would only see them doing like lining up because they do a lot of construction near here, ironworks, right? So I'd see them using the come along in the crane to put the steel girders together, but I'd only see them do it like into the morning, like between like 6 in the morning and 11 in the morning, and then they would stop and the crane would be doing something else all day. They wouldn't be actually assembling the metal anymore, right? Assembling the steel, like putting the bolts in, they wouldn't be doing any of that. They'd be like putting the decking, the floor decking, and all that, and that's how they kind of worked every day, where they would do the putting the steel girders up, the uprights, all that stuff, and then in the afternoon they would do like the composite decking, all the other shit that went along with it. I just thought that was because I don't know, their scheduling.
Yeah, there's even a wrench specifically designed for a lot of these dudes called the spud wrench, and it has a wrench on one side, and on the other end it has a tapered end that they literally stab through the holes to try to get them to line up. And now, if you know anything about bolting things together, you're going to have play, right? It's not going to be a perfect match over the entire span of all these things you're putting together. The little millimeters or micrometers off are going to add up over the distance. But these guys want you to believe that if they didn't engineer this bridge an inch and 5/8 out, and then even engineering it is one thing, let alone employing the engineering, because anybody who's ever actually built anything understands that they almost rarely go exactly to the engineering plans. So they expect you to believe they engineered it intentionally, and that the people who built the thing were able to actually manufacture the thing 100% accurate to the plans, and that if they didn't do it with 100% inch and 5/8 accuracy, the bridge would fall down and everyone would die because the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's laughable how dumb these people are.
What?
Oh,
You think
Rusty,
people
you're not
actually believe
aware?
that?
No, they come
People
in
don't
here and
believe that, no.
argue it. They come in here and argue it against us that this proves the Earth is a globe, dude. So yeah, they believe it.
Did a bridge exist because the Earth is a globe? No, I don't believe that.
No,
Well, maybe, I guess. Yeah, there's a bunch of. I'm not
No,
claiming
that the
that.
bridge has to be. Listen, the claim is that the bridge has to be engineered to account for the curvature of the Earth that results in the towers being splayed out at the top an inch and 5/8 versus the bottom, because otherwise the bridge wouldn't work correctly. That's their claim. And this is how I know the Earth is a globe, because nobody on the bridge died and the bridge didn't fall down.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that. I know that. I know that reasoning. I don't think it's true
Yeah,
though.
pretty stupid. Yeah,
I think
no,
it's
it's not only is it not true, it's stupid.
Yeah. I don't think they have to take that into account. That the Earth is a globe. They don't have to take that into account.
Yeah, just the weight of the steel cables to form the towers.
And David jumped to the conclusion that, well, let's imagine the towers are tipped away from each other. That would just be normal, tilting them away so that some of the downward force is, instead of pulling it laterally, it's going more down, right, into the what do you call it, footing. Too long didn't read version is the more upright the tower is, the more lateral stress will be placed across the tower, across that span. If you tilt them back, then the ropes hang, and that initial part is going along, like more parallel to the tower itself.
Yeah, guess how much lateral inward deflection of the tower top was during when they fully loaded the towers.
Oh, dude, I
This
bet
is the
that's like
same thing as
2 feet.
is the reciprocal zenith argument. Only Globers using that argument say they need like 30 to 70 miles to measure the divergence. But here you got bridge guys who can do it over the span of a mile.
Yeah, with frickin' tape measures, man.
Yeah, they had to build the towers 36 inches taller than normal because the weight of the bridge shrank them, and a lateral inward deflection was 18 to 20 inches.
Yikes. Yikes.
So this 41 millimeters or whatever they accounted for the curve, completely destroyed by this 18 to 20 inches.
Glover
Now, so
response
wouldn't
is, you flat earthers deny everything.
wouldn't you want the towers of that bridge to be kind of standing straight up, so you would put the stress of the cables like equally on each side, so that they wouldn't be separated at the top at all when you're an engineer? Like, you wouldn't want them to like lean to one side, or basically apart from each other.
Well,
right?
it depends on the bridge. It depends on the bridge. So some bridges, the towers are canted away from each other on purpose for the way that they're doing the load. So it just all depends on how it's designed. We used to have a guy that hung out with us who was a civil engineer, and he actually built bridges. And he would come in here all the time when everybody was talking about the bridges, and he would say, "Dude, I build bridges and can cant them, and this is the type of bridge, and this is how much we have to cant it for the distribution of the load and the flexion and all these other different things to take into account." And the idea that we have to take the Earth curve into account is retarded, literally impossible.
I think that too, as a glober. I think there's no point in using bridges as a
Yeah, because it's
proof.
like it's one of those
doesn't matter.
things that, check it out, bro. It's like it's one of those things that if you think the Earth is a globe and you try to include it, it's going to be irrelevant because the actual building of the bridge, it's going to be, whether you include it or don't include it, it's not going to matter at all. It's almost like it doesn't exist. Actually, it's exactly like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But Overlord, don't pilots have to account for the pitch of an aircraft when they go from New York to Paris?
No, they have to account for it when they fly over the towers of the Verrazano Narrow Bridge as they leave JFK. If they don't, then they'll run into the second tower. Oh, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute.
Didn't it
Too
happen
soon?
there?
Sorry.
It's called the Brian's turbulence criterion.
You know what? You know what? One of the first major, really popularized bridge catastrophes where the bridge failed had to do with? Anybody? Super world famous suspension bridge.
The one that was swinging in the wind there?
Yep. Aerodynamics.
It's resonant destruction, actually. Tacana, caused by aerodynamic sway. It was the Tacoma Bridge, right? Tacoma?
Tacoma Narrows?
Yeah, Tacoma
Maybe.
Narrows.
It sounds
Tacoma,
familiar.
Tacoma Narrows Bridge, yeah. Famously collapsed 1940 due to aerodynamic forces from wind. The galloping Gertie for its up and down motion. Caused the bridge to oscillate in a twisting motion that became more extreme until the structure failed. The video of it is pretty freaking cool, though. You have to admit.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like how much that it almost looks fake.
Don't it?
And
It's like a miniature almost.
And the wind load wasn't that bad. It was only 42 miles an hour.
Is that the video where it's twisting left and right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Here, I'll give you some 40 here of propaganda. You can watch it.
So you mean to tell me it wouldn't survive the sonic blast of a nuclear bomb detonation? Shit.
Hey, just looking at that bridge, though, I mean, it looks, that screenshot there, if you just disregard the fact that part of the bridge is missing and just look at the left side, it looks pretty strong. It's like, yeah, man, that's strong. There's no way it's coming down.
Maybe it's because the Earth turned flat at that moment.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying that what actually happened was a globe earther and a flat earther were arguing, and a globe earther was constantly appealing to a change in the radius of the Earth, so the Earth was actually growing and shrinking underneath the bridge, which caused the stress?
Possibly. It's one possibility, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's what the globers believe. They believe that the horizon is a physical location known as the curve of the Earth, blocking things in the distance, but then all of a sudden it's in front of the thing. And then all of a sudden it's behind the thing. And then all of a sudden it's 10 times too far. So it's like, in their worldview, the Earth is literally changing sizes.
It could also be that the straw man that you're constructing has just punched away the support of that bridge. Perhaps.
What straw man would that be?
The shit that you just said.
Oh, wait a minute. So what you're trying to say is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of a giant ball? Okay, good point. You're right. It's not.
Yeah, it depends on the perspective. I don't know. Was there anything else?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Do you mean if you move around the horizon changes, or you can stay in the same place and the horizon changes?
Now the horizon is the horizon is a perspective thing. Like it's
So
not a
that
physical
means
place.
that the clown car of endless people that come in here, especially this week, which has been a hot topic, of ships going over the horizon That's cap, right? That's just nonsense.
What? How does that relate?
Yeah, because the horizon, if it's physical, then it blocks boats. But
It's
if
not.
it's just optical, then it's just an optical effect. It's not physical blocking of boats.
No, I think you
What cuts the boat in
misunderstand.
half? The horizon?
No, he doesn't
Yes,
misunderstand.
Okay, now
there
that
is a
thing is it physical
physical
or optical?
thing.
It
Yeah, the horizon is based on your observation. Like wherever you are, you have a
yeah, that's
horizon,
why I
right?
clarified that
It's
before
as
you
far
tried to
as you
run
can
away with
see.
yeah, that's why I started with, does it change when even though you're in the same place? But
If
you
you're in the
didn't.
same place, well,
Yeah, if I just
it
I
can
go to the
change,
beach
but
and I just stand there for a week, dude. Will the horizon move around?
it can, yes, but
Okay, so it's not geometric.
generally not.
Generally? How do you know what happens in the general case?
What's the cause of the horizon?
Well, I mean,
Just to be clear.
You just said perspective, but the perspective
Yeah,
geometric.
I mean,
that's what he's saying. It sounds like he doesn't want to say that.
No, there is a geometrical horizon, but
Oh, okay. There it is right at the end.
yeah,
We
How do we
thought
find
when
that?
you said the
still have a different.
we thought, sorry to be clear, Rusty, we thought you said the cause of the horizon was just and only perspective, as in angular resolution, loss of distance of the surface you're looking across. Right? We thought that that's what you said the cause of the horizon was. You seem to be what? Perspective, the way that we
That's
see the world, a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, I mean, the distance that you can see is based on, well, of course, physical facts, but
like what?
It's about what?
Yeah, what physical facts?
Well, the most prominent one is the geometric shape of the Earth.
The most prominent one.
Really?
Yeah. Then you have.
So the overarching factor in the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
That's the most prominent one, yes.
When you mean prominent
The one that you said didn't exist.
Yeah.
Because you said it was perspective instead.
Yes. I mean, it depends on where you stand, how far the
6 foot
horizon
off
is
the
away from
surface
you,
of
isn't
the
it?
beach. 6 foot off the surface of water at the beach. Like Indio pointed out, if he was to stand there for a week, what's the cause of the horizon and does it change?
Depending on the air between you and the horizon, yes.
Okay,
But
so weather conditions, the air, that's going to cause a factor as into how far you can perceive distance. Yeah. Anything else? So we've got one. What's number two? When we are looking using an optic.
An optic.
Yeah, we've got the air that we're looking through. Is there anything else? I'm using the words optic to hopefully remind you that obviously we are looking. Is there anything else we should take into account when we are looking through the air at the Earth?
Yeah, the temperature of the Earth,
Okay,
of the air, of the air. Yeah. Density.
I mean, you said the word earlier.
The height of where
no,
you.
the height stays the same, but okay, we'll take into account the height.
Okay.
Yeah. You said perspective earlier.
Temperature of the ground too, right?
Yeah. You said perspective earlier. Do you not want to mention that again? And what do you mean by perspective when you say it?
That's the perspective that you have when you look at the ground based on your, like, when you say like that you are 6 feet above the ground, you're looking about the sea. In that case, like I'm just looking at the picture or the GIF at this chat right now, and yeah, basically. So what else?
Okay, I'll give you a
I
hint.
said
Do
it's
things get smaller
your
in the
point there,
distance?
Clara.
I'll give you a
Mm.
hint. Do things get smaller in the distance when you look at them get further away?
Yep.
Yeah, what causes that?
Perspective.
Okay, so that's what you mean when you say perspective, things getting smaller in the distance till eventually you can't see them anymore. Right? So
Not
when we ask you
totally.
what causes the horizon, do you think this angular resolution loss with distance should be applied to making an observation with an optic? Because
No.
that's going to play a factor into how far you can resolve the surface you are looking across at distance.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that things only get smaller.
And I know,
As I'm
but
looking
we're
into
trying
the
to
distance.
clarify
I
what
mean,
the
if
cause
I
of the horizon is.
okay,
So far, you've said the air and temperature, the height. I'm asking
okay,
you if
so
we should take into account some mathematics that suggests how far things appear to get smaller with distance.
all right, yeah, things get
Yeah.
smaller, equally based on distance. All right.
Okay. So if we're
That's
looking
fine.
across a surface, the Earth, is there going to be a limitation to how far an optic can resolve that surface until it's unable to resolve that surface?
An
Looking
optic?
horizontally. Yeah, your eyes.
My eyes, yes.
Yeah, cool. So do you think that's what would also cause the horizon?
Mm, probably yes.
Probably. Okay. Probably optics have got something to do with it.
Yeah.
You don't sound so sure.
No, I mean if I look out into the horizon, of course I
Which
can't
is caused
see
by
like a very
what?
small thing by
Which is caused
distance,
by what?
by the distance that I'm looking at things.
Okay, so far you said the obvious factor was the curvature of the Earth. We've mentioned the air, the temperature. We've probably been speaking about, how we see the world and angular resolution loss with distance. Okay. Now, where's the curvature in this?
Well, that starts when I can not see that things only get smaller, but that things start to appear.
Things get smaller. No, we talk about the horizon.
Yes, but things get
Yes.
smaller from the bottom up. That's when things kind of start to get weird.
Do
Because
things
normally
disappear
when
from the
you
bottom up before they get to the horizon? After the horizon? What's the horizon?
that's
Is that optical?
at the horizon, yes.
At the horizon. Do all things
Yeah.
disappear from the bottom up at the horizon? That's not true.
I have never seen anything that I could clearly see. Like from if they of course like disappear beyond a table or whatever. Right? I can like of course like there's an obscure obstruction between me and the thing that I'm observing. But when I look far away, like I have like these like windmills that like generate power. What I call like I can see them. They're pretty far away, but I can only see like the top of the windmills.
I get you.
Spinning above
As
the
they appear to
horizon,
have
right?
sunk. Yeah, they appear to have sunk, right?
And I
Beyond the
know there's like
horizon.
not a mountain between us because I'm actually living like at a highest point in my area that I live in. So I can actually like I can just see the blades basically go over the horizon.
Yeah, I get you. They appear to have sunk beyond the horizon. Now, when we go back to your list of things that can cause stuff, atmosphere, the air that we look through, the meteorological conditions, the density and the temperature, and do you think there's anything that within that spectrum of stuff that can be categorized or classified as sinking? Can cause an object to appear to have sunk with relation to the horizon at distance?
Yeah, I mean the air is of course possible to make it see again, like to make something appear as.
We'll talk about this a bit. You said it appears to have sunk. It is sinking. Is there anything in the categorization of atmospheric refraction that talks about sinking?
In the case of the windmills
Object
that
in
I was
relation to
talking
the
about,
horizon. Yeah.
Then if it's sinking, it would have to always be that way.
No, if the meteorological conditions change, that's not true. If the cause of the apparent sinking,
would have to be
Rusty,
it would have to
Rusty,
be like the.
Rusty. Well, what I'm trying to get you to is you mentioned earlier the weather conditions, the temperature and stuff, because that can cause light to deviate when we were talking about the horizon earlier. If we're talking about things like atmospheric causances, like refraction, then there is a category of refraction called sinking that is categorized this way because objects in the distance in relation to the horizon appear to sink. Now, the cause of this isn't any physical obstruction. The cause of this is the meteorological conditions. So there's no physical obstruction between us, the observer, and the object in question, the wind turbines. The meteorological conditions appear to make it look to us like it's sinking.
Okay, so the meteorological conditions basically say that we live on a globe Earth, but they don't actually do that because we live on a flat Earth.
That's when we look at the categorization of atmospheric refraction, like sinking, like looming, towering or stooping, inferior and superior mirages, they have definitions. Within those definitions, there is a clear line of sight between you, the observer, and the object in question. The reason why it fits into one of these categories, why it looks like it's sinking, why it looks like it's towering, taller at the top, is because of the meteorological conditions. Within the definition, there's no earth curve in the way, there's a clear line of sight. The reason why these categories exist is to explain these phenomena. The explanation of these phenomena are the meteorological conditions. Again, there's a clear line of sight between you and the wind turbines. The meteorological conditions will probably fit the category of the causation of sinking because you're describing it to me. It fits that category.
Posted a couple of citations for you in the side chat. The images above that are not examples of that. I was posting that in response to him saying that beyond the point of the horizon, right, the object should appear to become obstructed from bottom up. I'm thinking, well, what's going on here then? But yeah, that's going back, not to take his back to that, but to support what you're saying. There's your citation.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Do you want me to read it out, or do you want to read it yourself?
No, I see the picture, but it's still.
No, ignore the pictures. They're not to do with that citation. They're a different phenomenon.
Well, my picture is
but it's still
so I'd like to talk about these for a second. So this is a picture that's on Wikipedia showing "quote unquote" the curve of the Earth. This windmill farm. This is the Thornton Wind Farm. It's off of Belgium. Okay. Now, at first glance, you think, "Hey, those things are going over the curve of the Earth," but on closer inspection, if you look at this, you'll notice that the windmill, the two blades all the way to the left, that there's a problem. That the one that's farther appears higher than the one that's closer. Now, how is that possible?
What?
So the windmill, so the inset with the arrows, those are the two windmills all the way on the left.
Yeah.
Okay, this is zoomed in, so there's two arrows. The windmill that's closer appears lower than the one that's farther away. But that's not how perspective works. The farther away one should appear lower than the closer one. It tells you that this whole thing is an optical effect. Well, it just tells you that this is caused by some meteorological optical effect. It can't possibly be the curve of the Earth. In fact, if you look really closely at the image, you can see almost a line that's right on the horizon. Never mind like almost like this blur line. Do you see that? Like right above the horizon. It's like a little, I don't know what you call it. It's like a little whitish, like discolored almost.
Oh, you think it's like photoshopped?
Well, I mean,
Fake?
Glober photoshopped it with a fucking very old camera because it's been on Wikipedia since like 2011. All I'm saying, we get presented this photograph as Earth proof windmills over the horizon, but then if you go closer, that can't possibly be that. And I've seen lots of other windmill photos where the windmill blades are going into an inferior mirage and all sorts of stuff. Fact of the matter is that dividing line of the Earth and the sky is not the geometry of the Earth, and can't be, because it's never at the location it's supposed to be.
Well, okay.
Well, I mean, I challenge you in any other globe Earth there, period. Show me a single horizon distance measurement that matches the globe. A single one. Now remember, then listen carefully what I said. Horizon distance measurement that matches the globe. Where the horizon is predicted by the globe Earth math to be a certain distance away based upon the elevation of the observer, and it's actually there and not someplace else.
That's kind of impossible, but
yeah, liars. Because it's not geometric. Because the horizon is not geometric. It's easy to calculate where it should be, but it's never there. It's always somewhere else.
That's not the reason, though.
Well, I mean, you can't claim a geometric horizon doesn't exist if you can't see it ever.
Yeah, it literally doesn't exist.
Perhaps I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
You see the horizon?
One of the people that have been, railing on the horizon all week and ships over the horizon to come in here and listen to this guy.
Yeah, and he wanted an example where he can see an object past the horizon and see it in full view. Well, I gave him two.
Wait, do y'all see the GIF I posted on the side chat?
Check it out.
That keylogger.
You never seen a girl before, dude?
Do you see a horizon? Yeah.
No.
Do you see the curvature over there?
Yeah. I would if they got up.
You like it?
Huh? Not impressed. Don't go skanky. I mean, I'd hit it, don't get me wrong.
Leaf, are you a pimp?
Huh?
Are you a pimp?
You can ask your wife about that.
Oh. Pimping ain't easy, man.
You starting with that again, Leaf?
So what else is new, guys?
Oh, I wanted to ask you, did you catch Shiva Part 2?
No, there's a part duh. Oh no.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either.
Oh crap.
Not interested.
It's so bad. I mean, I think it's worth doing just to get it on record at least, but there could be entertainment value here.
I mean, McToon's involved, so you automatically that's like minus 10 charisma points.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, he promoted Eratosthenes as his glow proof, so I guess he's going with the classics. Shout out to
I think he
Obvious
went with
Sippy.
sun, so azimuth and elevation angles as his gold proof.
Oh, of the sun, both of those angles together.
Yeah, the azimuth and elevation, right? So you can just like look out your window and use the McToon's globe Earth model to see where the sun is supposed to be. Because McToon thinks he's gonna just grab something off the shelf and use it, and like if you're gonna use a globe Earth model of the sun, you're gonna have to invent it.
Yep. But that'll work great until the moon gets in front of the way on the horizon. You know, that doesn't even work on a globe, right? Like, you pointed this out. You can go to SunCalc on the equinox in Tula base and down in McMurdo or somewhere similar latitude, right? And the sun is rising to the north in Tula and a little bit to the south in McMurdo.
Yeah. And then if you go north, it's going in the other directions. It's like 86 degrees or something.
Yeah,
so like,
it's freaking wall-eyed. Like,
wall-eyed.
How do you? How do you stand at the equator and face east and point at the sun at the same time if it's coming from two different diverging angles or
Is that why
converging
they call
angles
it a
onto you?
wall-eyed? Because it looks at both walls at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. It's like that meme from Con Air, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what mathematical hypothesis is McToon going to put up? Is he going to do the equation of time? Huh? Is he going to compare the
I don't know
mean
what
solar time with the actual?
He said something to me today, like Kevin said he was going to bring a flat Earth model and didn't. Or no, he didn't say it to me. He was just making this general post. But he said something to me, and I was like, dude, don't you remember like freaking 4 months ago when you were talking about like Antarctica, and I told you didn't have a globe model? Yeah, he's pretending like none of that happened. So I reposted it, so now he sees it again, and he'll ghost that thread too. I'll just have him keep ghosting threads of me telling him that time and date don't use the globe any globe model. Like, I mean, I don't know why they just don't fucking get that shit.
Right.
They
Right.
think
I
like
mean, you
the
can apply it to
observer's on
any
top of a
coordinate.
globe. It's like, no, they don't care what you're on. Like, they just don't. It doesn't matter because it's inside the celestial sphere. Doesn't matter where you are.
Right. Yeah, you're always at the point of origin.
They're never going to concede to that.
Yeah, and the only other thing you need to find is where are you relative to the celestial equator. And once you have those two, where's the celestial equator above the horizon? What's the angle? And that's it.
Yeah, shit.
Then that's all you need to do and get the time and date, right? And now you know where the sun is.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
It's going to be somewhere on the ecliptic. And that's going to intersect on the first point of Aries. And you only need to take a 23.5 degree thing off of that ecliptic, and you can plot a path. It doesn't matter where you are. You don't have to be on a globe. You don't have to be anywhere. Who's saying hello? What is people in here with badass mics, dude?
Sounded like
Albino, bro. Fucking long time.
You know, people have said, and like Dave Weiss and others, that the North Pole and the South Pole, wherever those are, that's where all the magic is. And I just keep coming back to where the equator is. Where the hell is the equator? like there's so much play, so much loosey-goosey bullshit happening, you could say, between the tropics, that I think if there's anything going on, that there's a lot of mystery, wherever that is. A lot of unaccounted for mystery.
Yeah, and they're pretty much the hardest places to map, right? Because you're just like overgrown freaking jungle. No matter where you
Right.
go, like no matter what land the so-called equator crosses, it's just overgrown jungle. Good luck surveying that.
Right.
Imagine surveying through a rainforest. You can't even do the astronomical piece of it, right? Because you can't see the sky because you're underneath a canopy of trees.
Right, unless you're in Africa. I think between the tropics, there's just a shit ton of islands. So there's a lot of water. I keep coming back to how the spherical coordinate reference system, by its nature, by its use and utility, cannot project onto a flat world without distortion. So that being the case, since we measure Earth flat, we know that those coordinates will not add up over distance unless there are other kinds of corrections introduced. What are those corrections? And what are the consequences of them? Are they guiding people? Are they guiding things, ships and planes, into gentle curves that they themselves do not pick up with their instrumentation? Does it all match the sky?
I don't care.
Well,
you know what I think they're doing? The same thing they did back in the frickin' 1400s. I think they have frickin' radio beacons and they're using basically a modern version of a Portland chart and taking headings into a direction.
Right.
And that's all they're doing.
So, yeah, I got you. Rum lines.
Yeah, you know the old Portland charts that will show like a location, right? And you got radiating lines out, and they just
right.
connect you from one place to another. Like, hey, if I frickin' just point my boat southeast from here, I'm gonna smack into frickin' Cairo, right? You know what I mean? As long as I maintain
Right.
that heading, I know where I go.
Right.
Especially in the airplane. You know what I mean? The horizon's like 200 miles away. You only got to get like within 200 miles. Like that's pretty. You know what I mean? Like how far
No,
away
it's
can
true.
you see New York City from?
Yeah, from up there,
Yeah,
hundreds of
exactly.
miles. Right.
How lost do you have to be not to be able to find New York City just by pointing your plane in the general direction?
Right. Follow a coast. No, you're right.
I mean, even from Europe, right? Like you could just see, like, okay, what's my heading supposed to be from London? As long as you maintain that heading like within a degree, you'll probably freaking hit New York.
Right, but the Globies say that they don't do that. That we follow great circle routes, and I'm like, oh, do you really understand how complicated that would be, even if Earth were a globe? Because you're
Yeah,
not following
crisscrossing
one
air
heading.
traffic.
Yeah, but you're not just following one heading, right? You may be on a globe following one direction, but your heading is going to be constantly changing. It's going to be changing at different azimuthal and azimuthal rates depending on which direction you're pointed relative to north and south, like the degree away from north south you're going from the meridians.
Yeah, because you're like rotating too.
Well, yeah, there's that.
No, like as you're going over the curve, relative to like the direction you started, because you're kind of like you're rotating in like two axes, so you end up
You
kind of
got that.
like you said, your heading gets rotated too. This is where the same thing with the reduction of the horizontal direction surveying. When they take the vertical plane and they tilt it, that rotates the azimuth.
Right. Right. So you're pointed in one direction and the coordinate reference system is yawing.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Right. So calculating that out requires a constant rate of change. You're going to be using calculus. So it'd be much easier and more practical if people would follow like lines of latitude that aren't great circle routes. Then they could maintain headings, but then they're not going the most efficient route, right? Assuming east-west.
Who said that's even a consideration? Quite honestly.
Yeah.
No airline exists that isn't government subsidized. Were you in here at that time when I said that? And the dude was like, not the Qatari Airlines.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
And then you Googled it right in front of him.
Yeah, and it was like 100% government subsidized. It's like not even a private company.
Yeah,
Private
thanks, oil
profits.
exports. Shoot.
Private profits. Public capital costs.
Yeah, like when Matthew Learns comes in, right? And he says, well, all the stars move 15 degrees per hour. And I'm like, oh, really? In your field of view? Bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, it's kind of whack that Matthew Learns even resorts to parroting sometimes.
I know. Like, if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, and I'm facing, like, I don't know, east at nighttime, the stars to my right are going to be displacing more in the sky than the stars to my left.
Oh, I'm going to unmute Jen. He's muted. Yeah, I got you, Jen.
You know, particularly as the stars rise up from the horizon. Same with the sun. The sun is going to be moving slowly in the morning and then hauling ass directly overhead and then slowing down again as it sets from anywhere north or south of underneath the celestial equator. Any time of year. It's going to be variable. Now, the 15 degrees per hour comes from the reference frame where the globe imagines himself in outer space and sees the Earth spin at 15 degrees per hour, and then reasons, well, because it's spinning 15 degrees per hour, all the stars in the sky from that vantage point move 15 degrees per hour. You know, the only ones that supposedly do that would be the ones that are on the celestial equator, the declination of 0 in the sky, and you're directly underneath them, and they rise in the east and go over your head and set in the west. And if you hold out your arm and you can trace it by pointing at the star in the sky, your arm will move at 15 degrees per hour. This will not happen if you point north from the celestial equator at a star. Your arm will not move 15 degrees per hour as you trace where like circumpolar stars are in the sky from underneath the equator, right? So when Matthew Learns says that they all move at 15 degrees per hour for everyone everywhere in the earth at all times, he's just parroting this stuff that we hear all the time from globies. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of how the sky works. I've had the same discussion with Mez. You know, like if you are at 45 degrees north latitude at nighttime and you look west and you look directly 90 degrees west. So you got like Polaris like in front of you and 45 degrees up in the sky, and you rotate your body 90 degrees to the left and you're looking due west. Any star that's above the horizon by any amount of degrees is going to be due south.
Is this essentially because they're traveling smaller circles in your field of view?
Well, that's part of it, yeah, because you're at 45 degrees north latitude. Your latitude, if you look west, is going to eventually curve to the right because it's not a great circle route. So the stars that you see way off in the distance, right?
That's right, dude.
Right?
They're concentric. They're ever shrinking concentric circles.
Correct. So I'm like, Mess, how do you calculate that? Is that going to be 69 degrees? You know, are you going to experience a 69 to 1 rule as you move closer to that star? Hell the fuck no. That's some complicated math, isn't it? I had this realization when I was working CellNav out with the fucking spreadsheet and a 2023 edition of the Nautical Almanac, trying to calculate distances and stuff and do triangulations of points in the sky over cities at various times. And I'm like, holy shit, this is way more complicated than even Prototad makes it out to be. His fixes are easy compared to what could be practically done.
Well, I mean, I'll just refer back to the celestial navigation that the video that's in the main server where he goes through how to do celestial navigation as in actually do it. They're not trying to do the shit that these guys talk about. They're not trying to like just go towards a point. They try to like the way he was describing it is they try to sail straight and take a bunch of measurements of stars to get that straight lines relative to position to the stars, right? You just basically like make a line on the chart,
right?
And then you're like doing a different type of triangulation. You're doing a triangulation over the surface of the Earth, not just like finding the GP. They're finding like a bunch of GPs.
Correct. That's one of the methods you can do that with the sun, called the sun run sun method. You can do it with the stars. And then there's like the Hilaire method, the Mark St. Hilaire method, where you can do that with two, and you're basically taking two stars on opposite ends of the sky from each other, and you get like 6 of them, and you do an asterisk to get your position. It's almost like how the Polynesians did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty freaking nifty.
Yeah, it is. They try to make it so easy because the sky is complicated, folks, and it doesn't even behave like a sphere. Like they simplify it to a sphere, and it's still as complicated as I described earlier.
I was just about to try and say that. I'm wondering how scuffed our actual true understanding of the sky is, from all potential locations on Earth,
I mean, this is the way I do it. I'd be like,
populated areas, but
this is the way I'd do it if I was like reinventing this shit from scratch. I'd be look at the Nautical Almanac, say I want to go to Cuba like Christopher Columbus. Well, he was trying to go to India. I'm going to go where he didn't know he was going. So I'm going to go to Cuba. I'm going to estimate how long it's going to take me to travel there. Right? Say 10 days. Now, okay, what stars are going to be over that in 10 days? And I would try to sail in such a way as I would meet the star. The star would be a fucking zenith at those 10 days, right?
Right on. Yep.
Like, boom, here I am. And look up, there's a star. And then hopefully that star's over fucking Cuba. Hopefully I'm not a day
that's
late.
Exactly right.
And then I get screwed. But you could just start over even if you were a day late, right? You could just start from scratch.
You'd have to plan ahead, exactly. You have your waypoints, and that's exactly what waypoints were. You have to be at a certain position at a certain point of time to get your fix and confirm that you're on track because you planned this out ahead of time.
Yeah, you'd be like, okay, on day 5, this star, Arcturus, should be like azimuth this, freaking elevation angle that, right? And if it's there, then I know I'm in the right location, and you can figure out how much you deviated from your track, right? And you can try to get into that position that you missed. And you basically just zigzag. I think this is what they admit they do this. They just basically zigzag across the ocean.
Yeah, as long as they're not zigzagging backwards, they're heading the right direction.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's a lot sloppier than they make it out to be than some of these guys, and yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder to do it on the fly than to plan ahead.
Yeah, they act like you just point a ship and they're like, oh fuck, dude, on the globe, the Great Circle, I just point northeast and freaking hit the gas and just fucking go in a straight line, and I just smash into where I want to go. You wish it was that simple.
Right. If you're
corniest. No, go ahead.
Back to it is corny. Back to that example, right? Like, let's say I'm still at 45 degrees north latitude and I'm still facing west, due west. If I find a star that's to the east azimuth, like 45 degrees from there, then that's eventually going to be in the south direction too. It's going to bring,
Yeah.
you know, it's curving. So all of these directions that you're heading on are actually going to be curving on the coordinate reference system.
Could we actually say, I was mentioning this earlier, but straight line travel is a myth?
Yeah.
Yes. It's a bad myth.
Because that's been what the topic in a couple of days has been brought up. You know, why don't you just travel in a straight line? And I'm like, well, who's doing that? Because I don't think that you understand navigation if that's what you think is happening. And
Listen,
I think
the
it's
only straight lines you can actually travel are along the meridians. Period. Potentially, according to the coordinate system. Anything else, you can't freaking do it. Not without having constantly updated headings to maintain a straight direction, and even then, you're going to be curving downward. And what frustrates me is when flat earthers accept the 60-1 or 69-1 rule. I'm like, oh really? What happens when you do 69-1 and you go 360 degrees in a great circle route in any direction you go? What object are you actually mapping out? You're mapping out a ball, the surface of a ball. Flat earther. I mean, so no, when we measure flat distances from A to B, we're debunking the map distances on a spherical coordinate reference system. Full stop. We're debunking their distance and their potential, therefore their true location and true orientation with respect to each other. Those are the consequences of measuring the Earth flat. They're big. Big consequences. So what's happening is you know, the true distances between point A and B are going to be less and less verifiable the farther they get. And the error that creeps in is going to increase too, but you won't be able to quantify the error unless you have a way to maintain measurements that aren't using the spherical coordinate system. You're going to have to do external validation. You're going to have to use planar surveys to see just how far off your spherical coordinate reference systems are going to be. But the problem is the whole fucking world thinks that GPS and spherical coordinate reference systems are the gold standard. So any planar surveys you cough up, they're going to say those are going to be off and those are going to be wrong. But it's the exact opposite that's true. Isn't that nuts?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so, I mean, you got it. Like, just in my mind, I contrast between what the average run-of-the-mill Gober thinks is going on versus what is actually going on, and they're so far apart from each other. Just like it's not even close. You're not even playing the same game. You're just like, what about a great circle route? If I go in a straight line, I'll end up back in the same place. Like, just what buffoonery that is. And then celestial navigation is like, obviously it's complicated because it's killed a lot of people for failure to actually do it correctly. So, it is what it is. So, you got any cobblings in here?
Right.
I think Invalder wants to speak, maybe.
That's what Antonio Subarats used to call them all the time. And his live streams, his videos are still an untapped resource for many of us.
whole bottom looks like it's missing, right? Okay, so that's just a random picture of the ship. Yeah, so some glober could cherry pick this and say, look, it's behind the curvature of the Earth. Yeah? No, this is a known effect, right, called sinking. Okay, it usually happens during the night or early in the morning when the water temperature is still much warmer than the ambient air temperature above it. Okay, and it causes the light to bend upward because light will deviate towards the cooler air because it's more dense, and it can cause things in the distance to look like they're sinking. Okay, it's like a form of an inferior mirage. Now, what this guy does is he actually stays in the same location, and as the temperature warms up, okay, it exceeds the temperature of the water. Okay, so this sinking effect starts to go away as the day goes on. So over the next 3 hours, he keeps zooming in from the same location on the same boat, which is anchored. And then 3 hours later, we can see the entire boat again. So I'll post the.
Did you do this
video.
yourself? And if not, how do you not know that this is fake?
No, it's not faked, right? So because now we're gonna now. Okay, so there's tons of examples of this, right? And it's a well-known effect that happens. And also, there's a video that goes along with it. So how do you think? Do you think Do you think the video is CGI? Is that your? Is that your?
So the reason I am being facetious, but the reason I say this is because I can use your same logic against you. And if you show me a video or picture, I can say what the flat earthers say. Well, it's fake. It's CGI. Do you see how it's like a
no? When did someone present a long distance observation that we said was CGI? Name one.
Well, not in this current conversation, but I can send pictures that you have to admit is CGI, otherwise it debunks the flat Earth model.
Is it a long distance observation?
It is indeed.
Okay, go.
If you wouldn't mind,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, because I'm not finished my point yet. But I'm going to hold you to this because that's absolute nonsense, right? No flat earthers claim that any long distance observations done in an like analogous to the ones that we're talking about, like from the Earth, right, looking out over large bodies of water and whatnot, a CGI. No one's claiming that. That's ridiculous. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to post some citations from subject matter experts.
From flatearth.com.
No, .edu, all .edu, Oxford, like physics books.
Oh, Jesus.
You know. Yeah, so let's go over them, right? Because you don't have any idea when it comes to atmospheric refraction, right? Globers don't do any research. They just learn how to make the noise with their mouth, refraction, and they think that fixes the observation.
Yeah, right, got it. Can you do me the due diligence of putting that picture I sent you in the chat, please?
No, not yet, because I'm not finished, right? So because you're gonna have to throw like the mainstream science under the bus right now. Okay, so do you agree? You agree? You know what sinking is? You know what inferior mirage is?
I'm aware of inferior mirage. Yeah.
Yeah, so sinking's a form of inferior mirage when you don't have enough of a temperature gradient change to cause the full-blown inferior mirage with the total internal reflection. Okay.
Let me interject here, please, because it was a beautiful.
You can just listen to this, bro. Like I'm gonna read out the citations now. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right,
doesn't matter. Okay, so
You're
Andrew
quite
Thomas Young.
scatterbrained alcoholic. Sorry to interrupt you, dear.
Yeah,
but just
Andrew Thomas.
Take a moment and listen to what DJ is trying to explain.
No, I've been doing that for the past 5 minutes.
Listen to Andrew.
A TikTok brain, man.
Yeah, listen to this. Is not me talking, right? This is Andrew Thomas Young's words. I'm just reading them out. Okay, so optics of the atmosphere, reports on progress in physics. Okay, so atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that.
Who's Andrew Thomas Young?
You can look him up. He's like a leading subject matter expert. He's got his own .edu website. Okay, right. He's like one of the experts that writes books on refraction and miraging and that kind of thing. He's known as like the leading expert on refraction and that kind of thing. You can look him up. Anyway, so basically, I'll just be quick, right? So atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, and then it goes on to explain how it happens. Right, there's another citation under it, and look, just the last one I'm going to read, right, it's from Oxford. Okay, what is sinking? Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so if you guys want to show an observation that perfectly matches sinking, the definition of sinking, the mainstream definition, and you haven't accounted for that, right, then that we can dismiss that observation as being the cause of it being Earth curvature, because you haven't accounted for the variables like and also ocean source. All right, now I'm going to check your.
Yeah, so this is why I asked you to put the picture that I sent you in the chat, because I think this is
twisting
difficult.
torso. Well, never heard this one before.
Say what? Twisting what?
Twisting torso, turning torso.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's the name of the building in your observation.
Right. So I'll put it in the chat for everyone to observe.
So what makes that? Really? This is what took you 20 minutes to fucking post.
Did it? Did it take me 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, the photo's taken from the north looking to the south, and so the sun reflecting off the water is distorting the image.
No, but why the further you get away from it, does the building appear to descend?
It's called diffraction.
That doesn't explain it. You just saying
it does
the
explain
words
it when you understand physics.
Can someone post him the windmills being stretched and distorted?
Yeah, I mean, windmills are an interesting one because the whole southern hemisphere doesn't actually make any sense on a flat Earth model. And I know you don't. You say you don't have a model.
But, hold on, keep your fucking scatterbrain yourself, man. One thing at a time.
This guy, man.
You're jumping all over there. You're going to go at southern hemispheres, blah blah blah. Let's just go through your shitty observation here. Explain to you how you're not understanding what you're looking at.
The David Weiss app doesn't mean that you know more than what physicists.
What are you talking about, man? We're the guys that attempted to invite David Weiss in so we could school him on fucking how to do his presentations better.
What do you think about the final experiment?
We're not talking about that.
Not an experiment. Debunked, Jared.
Do you think it was rigged?
Debunked. No, I don't think it was. What do you mean by rigged? What
do you think it was fake?
Was what fake?
The final experiment.
Like, oh no.
You do know we already established the Earth was flat like long before that came into existence, right?
No. See, so usually flat earthers.
No. They went away with their own like straw man model of what they think the flat Earth is.
Flat earthers
and then they attempted to debunk that. So
that there shouldn't be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Lo and behold, there was. So you have to just say that it was CGI or
based on what?
Yeah, so the heliocentric model will predict that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Of course there was, because the Earth's not a pancake.
But we've already established the surface doesn't curve. You get that?
No, but
like that was an objective fact of reality when they were setting up to go and do the final experiment, thinking something in the sky may save the globe when it's already been empirically destroyed. So
just entertain me.
Whatever the sun is or isn't doing, whatever the validity of that experiment may or may not be,
can you at least try
doing it over a flat surface? Sorry to report that to you.
At least try.
Try what?
Try and explain why there wasn't a 24-hour sun.
I don't have to. This is not 24-hour sun server. Flat Earth. The ground measures flat.
No, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. How there was a 24-hour sun. The Flat Earth model predicts that the 24-hour sun is impossible.
No, it doesn't, dude. Right, there was some dumbass flat earthers trying to claim that the AE map globe projection, right, was the map of the flat Earth.
So what model do you go by?
We don't have a model, dude. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? But you've got a model that we debunked easily, every single
DJ,
observation.
Here's the issue.
No, bro. Here's the
you-
issue. Here's the issue, right? You try to straw man us with a model, okay, that we don't claim, and then you laugh because we don't claim it. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Now, you guys claim to have a model that falls apart, right, at stage 1, curvature, right? You don't have a model that matches reality, right? And you think a model, you don't even know what a model is, most likely. You think a model is like a mini version of an object, most likely. Okay, we're
Well,
not
no,
claiming an object. What do you think a model is then? You're talking about a scientific model? Define what you mean by model.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a fucking miniature globe, am I? I'm talking about something that has predictive power in determining what will happen, and it correlates with what we
You
observe.
guys always pirate that phrase predictive power, but you never demonstrate any predictive power from your model.
Well, it's
what does it predict? What does it predict?
You'll go to eclipses, you'll claim,
I'm
we've
gonna
got the
give you an
predictive
example.
power for
Einstein
eclipses, and then we'll show you. No, you
Einstein
actually
said,
don't.
if I'm right,
Bro, I don't.
this
Listen.
will happen on this date. This lunar eclipse or solar eclipse or some shit.
Right,
Lo and
so if
behold,
your
it
model
happened.
is accurate, the
that's
surface
predictive
should
power.
be curving at a specific rate. We go out, we measure, we don't find that curvature.
Well, we
fuck, your
do, because
model's wrong.
everything,
Get over it, bro.
the physics follows that the higher we
No, you
rise,
don't. No, you
the
don't.
more the horizon
You don't even know
descends
how to
below
begin
our eye
to
level.
attempt to prove that you may have surface curvature or not. Look at the
So
observations
I'll
you're
put another
posting.
picture. DJ, if you do me the honors of putting this picture in the chat.
Yeah, hold on. After you back up your claim, right? You can't just claim stack. That's what you keep doing. You keep shifting the goalpost and just changing the topic from one thing to another as you keep getting owned on the previous thing that you brought up. Okay, now you said that you have a model that makes predictions. Okay, what predictions does your model make?
Well, as I said, things like lunar eclipses, solar
No. Those would be
I'm
postdictions. Okay, and that would have
I'm
been
not pretending.
that's based off the Saros cycle, which was invented by flat earthers. Okay, so what's next? What else have you got? That's a F, big L on that one. So what's next? What else can you predict? Predict, not postdict, right? Not something that happens in cycles. That's been happening for all known history, right? And we know that it's going to happen on this particular time.
Yeah, so if you're depending on what hemisphere you're in, you can predict what these celestial bodies will appear to rotate as.
How are you predicting that? It's been recorded since before anyone thought the Earth were a globe. Hasn't changed since then.
It's like, so he just explained the Saros cycle to you. You think they paid enough attention to discover the cyclical nature of eclipses, but they just ignored all the stars and the constellations while they were at it. Didn't
How
track
do you
any of
explain
that.
eclipses?
Yo, hey, Thales of Miletus, who predicted an eclipse, was he a flat earther or a globe earther?
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy that first predicted the eclipse.
Well, it depends when it was. I mean, all people were flat earthers at one point.
Okay, well then, if he was a flat earther and he predicted the eclipse, how'd he do it?
Whimsical luck, I guess.
Whimsical luck. Wow, dude.
If I'm to give you the honest answer, fuck should I know? I don't study this shit. And
Yeah. You know what else you don't know? You don't know how they predict eclipses now.
That's true.
You don't know either.
That's true.
Exactly. So then, how in the world are you trying to use it as evidence that you know anything?
I'm taking a scattergun approach, just saying why I believe that the Earth's probably a globe.
Well, let's do predictions. So if the Earth was a ball and the Moon was a ball, and the one ball was casting a shadow on the other ball, that would result in a complex curve, which would be evidence with a sinusoid pattern, which is exactly how it looks if you take an actual ball and try to cast a shadow on an actual ball. So since you never see a sinusoid on the moon, it's not the Earth's shadow and of anything being a globe. It doesn't matter.
Is it like raw or what's it like?
It doesn't matter, dude. You made the affirmative case that has predictive power and that these things are the shadows of one object and the other. It doesn't match actual modeling, so it's false.
If you say it's not, then shouldn't you at least try and?
No. I don't care. Okay, you could think that I should or shouldn't. Appeal to my motives is irrelevant. Your claim. No, I don't need to make a system. This is the problem with you.
It's like consistent.
No, I don't need to be consistent, dude. What in the heck? No, bro. See, in your interpretation, you think the name consistent means, or the word consistent means that if I debunk your claim, that I have to have some other claim. That's not true.
I'd say it would help to, for example, if you say that evolution isn't true, it would help for you to present a worldview in which what could replace evolution. For example, even if you say God did it, I can at least be sympathetic to that view because at least you're trying, as wrong as you may be. If you say that...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. If you have an idea about how something happened and somebody debunks your idea on its face, they don't need any counter story. Your idea is debunked.
Well,
okay, you may not. Listen, you can reject someone debunking your claim by simply saying, "Well, you don't have a different view about what's causing it, and that means you didn't debunk mine." That would be illogical and retarded.
Okay, so just to entertain the conversation, what would you speculate that it is?
What is?
That is causing a lunar eclipse.
Who knows, dude? But describe a lunar eclipse to me.
Well, it's basically when the Earth gets in the way of the.
Oh no!
Sun and the moon.
No,
they line up.
Not give me a story about what you don't see. Describe what you actually see when you see a lunar eclipse. Describe what you actually see.
Well, it just looks like a body is passing over the moon.
No, dude, you're doing more inferences. Try your hardest to actually reduce it to the actual observation, if you can, sir.
I can't deduce it.
Well, let me help you out. Let me help you out.
It's passing over the moon.
No, it doesn't, dude.
All right, what does it look like then? Please enlighten me.
Okay, it looks like the moon, right, is bright in some parts and dark in other parts. That's what it looks like. And then the darkness appears to move across the face, and there's more darkness and less brightness. That's what you actually see. All the rest of the stuff you said was pure inferences and imaginations. You never saw any of that.
It's empirical observation. No, I can guarantee you I did. Else, what was that?
Okay, so your claim then is you saw a body in between, and you saw it moving. No, you didn't, sir. And if you say you did, we all know you're lying.
So, I saw something pass over the moon. It seemed like a body.
No, you didn't, dude. No, you didn't.
You can keep saying that, but you're not actually saying anything of
No, we all know you didn't. So here's the thing, brother. In the arts, we practice this thing with the children. It's called draw what you see, not what you know. Okay, if you're going to draw a moon that looks like an eclipse, okay, what you're going to draw is you're going to draw a circle, and then you're going to color a portion of the moon in white, or whatever color you think the moon is, gray, whatever, and then you're going to darken the other portion. That's how you represent what's occurring. Nowhere in there do you have to draw another body, because it's not in the information present.
Okay. So if it's not another body that's obstructed, then
what?
If it's not a body that is obstructing the moon, then what is it, in your humble opinion?
Okay, let me help you out, friend. I'm going to tell you this answer, and this is the answer, and it is the true and genuine answer, and it has no bearing on the fact that I previously debunked your answer. So here's the answer. 3 simple words. I know it's hard for you to comprehend these words. It's called I don't know.
I appreciate that answer. Now apply that.
Now, since I said I don't know, hold on, friend, be honest here. Since I said I don't know, does me not knowing have any bearing on the fact that when you actually model a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere, it gives you a sinusoid shadow, and you never see that type of shadow or form on the moon, and therefore it can't possibly be a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere.
Yes. So that answer you gave me it gave me a bit of hope. That was a stroke of sentience that I detected there that you don't know. Now, could it be possible that maybe you just don't know as much as you think you did, and you're the physical embodiment?
Hey, how about you answer my question about the fact that a curve casting a shadow on another curve results in a complex curve. We don't see a complex curve on the moon, therefore it's not a shadow in that manner. Oh, like a sinusoid, an S, a wave, instead of just a singular continuous arc?
Can you give me some evidence for that, please?
Sure. I'll also give you a demonstration that you can do. You take a ball and you take a light and then you cast a shadow on another ball and then you see what happens with your own two eyeballs in your head.
If I can share my screen, I'll do it live, and then if it works, I'll admit that I'm a flat earther. I've got a globe right now.
No, wrong,
Allow
sir.
me to share my
No.
screen. And
You will not admit you're a flat earther because we will not allow you to be retarded. We will tell you that what's occurring on the moon doesn't determine the shape of the earth. So we will not accept your conclusion that you're a flat earther because the shadow on the moon is not the shadow you thought it was.
Would you believe me if I said I was once a flat earther?
Not for those reasons.
No, but I genuinely not taking the piss. I once was as retarded as these people. I actually thought the earth was flat.
What?
Listen,
dude. Stop. Listen, hey, dude. Stop gaslighting yourself, okay?
I'm not lying. I'll prove it. I'll actually prove it.
Well, what you might present is that you accepted the Earth is flat as a proposition for stupid reasons. That might be what you present. And then because your stupid reasons were contradicted, then you said, "Oh, I might as well just, get on my knees and take NASA in the face."
Yours. All right, I'll give you my reasons. The biggest one for me was the gas pressure argument. They said that.
Okay, fair enough. That's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Move on. That's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Move on.
I'm giving you my reason as to why I thought it could be flat. Is because they said that gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum, and I thought about it intuitively, and I thought, you know what? I think they might be fucking on something. How can it possibly exist adjacent next to a vacuum? But then I guess I just stopped smoking copious amounts of drugs, and I came to my senses.
Okay, so you actually didn't think about it. You actually didn't think about it at all, and you gave no conclusion as to why it was certain that gas pressure requires a container, or that you reasoned yourself out of that position. You just said, "I stopped taking drugs and I changed my position." So that makes no sense.
I can explain it.
No, I don't care. I'll accept that you changed your mind on that because that wouldn't tell you whether the Earth is flat or not. So get to the part where you had a piece of evidence that convinced you the Earth was flat.
So that was one. The other was long distance observations. I thought things like the Chicago skyline was, given the maths, that's 6 inches per mile squared or some shit, 9 inches per mile.
Yeah, you got the evidence. You got the evidence that you were ever actually in this position, and you're not just retroactively creating a story to give yourself a sympathetic leg up in the conversation.
So frankly, why would I sabotage my reputation by admitting that I was a flat earther? I'm just saying this purely just for conversation.
For sympathetic argumentation, dude. Duh.
So if I can share my screen, I'll show you the books. I've got 100 proofs that the Earth's not a globe.
Yeah, you're not sharing your screen, man.
But mate, well, if you want proof, I can give you proof.
Nobody fucking cares, man. You're just deflecting with a stupid fucking tangent to get away from all the points AI's making to you.
Yeah,
you don't actually ever answer anything. You don't address nothing, man.
All right, and present the question.
Oh, by the way, alcohol, bro. I did your art homework for you, and I'm going to give you the answers because, I realized you weren't a very good art student, and I didn't have time to take you through 3 years of art. So I just did your drawing for you, and I'll post it here shortly after you tell me your third reason why you were a flat earther.
What type of art do you do? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm not trying to tangent. The third reason, gravity was again. This is why I say I was a manifestation of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I didn't know anything, so I thought this was simple. I thought, well, it must be flat. Because I didn't understand it, it seemed easy to me, and then I realized that it's all bollocks, and it's a lot more complex than I can possibly fathom.
All right, wait, one more time. Repeat that third one for a second.
Gravity.
Oh, gravity. What about it? What?
This guy should be banned for being a liar. why do
Just
people
like,
think
what
I'm
about
lying?
gravity? I mean, all I heard was you just said the word. You didn't explain anything about it. Like, why is it relevant?
Yeah, so basically I just thought, why does like the three body
So
problem?
you were a flat earther. Someone came along and said gravity to you again. You became a glober again.
No, I'm saying
Is that what you're explaining here?
if you tuned your ears in, you'd know what I'm saying. I'm saying gravity was my lack of understanding in gravity was one of the reasons I thought it was flat. I thought the whole
Oh,
three body
perfect. Right. So
problem.
you have a more advanced understanding of gravity now. Can you go through it with us?
When I envisioned the heliocentric model of all these fucking
Can you
marbles,
describe your misunderstanding of it first,
brother,
actually, and
please let me
then
get a sentence
give
out.
us the updated
This will
one?
go a lot smoother if you just let me get a sentence out.
No.
I imagine the heliocentric model of all these fucking tennis balls spinning around each other, and I thought the shit makes zero sense. How they don't interact with each other or collide, or so again, my understanding of gravity was one of the reasons.
I'm sorry, bro. You are a fucking larp, aren't you?
I'm just giving you my honest fucking.
Well, then I agree. You shouldn't have become a
Did
flat
you
earther
say
in the
you
first
got off
place.
the drugs, by the way? You shouldn't get on them more.
Well, that's a whole different conversation.
Because
So,
do you know
your
that
original
someone that thinks
misunderstanding
that
of gravity is because you were thinking about tennis balls.
one
When did you
sec,
start
someone who
thinking
thinks
about
that
it
they live
made
on a ball
it
can
all
have
make
that
sense?
misconception as well, bro. They can have that lack of knowledge about the supposed dynamics of a solar system, of planets orbiting around the sun.
Sorry, I've just
So you should not have become a flat earther. If that was your basis for becoming a flat earther, you shouldn't have.
Yeah, no, sorry, I just realised what it was about gravity that didn't make sense to me. It was,
What was
I was thinking if gravity is that strong to hold all of the oceans to the Earth, how can like birds and butterflies and shit fly? Like, shouldn't they be like magnetized to the Earth? Again, I don't know if I.
Hey, dude. Hey, alcoholic. What you just demonstrated is why we're so scrutinous of each other in our forums. We don't let these retarded flat Earth arguments that supposedly have anything to do with the Earth being flat fly in our forums, bro. We scrutinize them to the umpteenth degree. That's fair, bro. Listen. I agree with you that that might have blow smoke up your dress, and for a fleeting second you thought you were something other than what you were versus a glober versus flat. Okay, we understand that, but those are stupid arguments. Okay.
Of course they are. That's why I'm not a flat earther anymore.
No, dude. None of those arguments, except maybe the long distance observations, has anything to do with the Earth being flat. It should have never made you a flat earther, nor should it have made you not a flat earther.
Of course it does. So flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
Can I tell you what made me a flat
God,
earther?
dude, you're dumb, dude.
Can I tell you what made me a
Well,
flat
real quick,
earther?
obviously, B, before you go on, I just want to point out to the audience what he just said there is very telling. He didn't say what made me accept that the Earth is flat. He said a flat earther. This is what flat earthers say. So he was just associating with things a group says. All right, go ahead.
I'm saying what I believed, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, so precisely what made me realize the Earth was flat was that there is no curvature in reality. Therefore, we can't be on a ball.
What about the pictures from satellites and stuff?
Who gives a shit? Go out in reality, doesn't verify as what's in the image.
So it's up to you to disprove these pictures.
No, sorry, who gives a shit? Go out into reality, You can't find curvature. Doesn't line up with what's in the image. The image is bullshit.
You're essentially saying, but what about this thing on TV, bro? And he's telling you about reality, going outside into directly experiencing physical reality, and you're saying, yeah, but the TV screen, bro.
Well, who gives a fuck?
Not necessarily. It's I think if you're going to say it's CGI, I think it's the burden of proof is on you to
I'm not
explain
saying it's
why it's
CGI.
CGI.
I'm not saying it's CGI. I'll give you it. I'll say, okay, this may be true. All right, let's go verify it. The image presents a spherical Earth, meaning there's curvature, curving surface, right, at a certain rate. We go and test for that. We don't find it in reality. So you make of the
You
image
don't
what
find
you will after that fact, right? And if you still want to assert it's real, then you might need to go in for like some tests. But that's to do with you.
Yeah. So my understanding is certain buildings have to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Can you address what was
That's
just said to
incorrect,
you?
but find some supporting evidence for that baseless claim.
Yeah, it's baseless. I will try and find some evidence. Give me a sec.
Hey, make sure you find the article that I've already critiqued 100 times about the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, in which the guy doing the article specifically states that the variance was never actually measured in practical reality and they only applied a model. Yeah, make sure you find that article, bro.
I'm sure he will.
I don't care.
Alcoholic, you got a bad habit. Somebody asking you a direct question and then you deflect to something else. It's like you're your own ex-girlfriend.
Presupposing I ever have touched a woman to begin with.
Well, to be fair, a lot of women have boyfriends who think they're boyfriends, but they're just using them, to take them to meet Chad. Can I get a ride?
Is it like your wife's boyfriend?
So yeah, alcoholic. In everything you said about your time as a flat earther, you never once mentioned the ground. That's pretty fucking stupid, wouldn't you admit?
Right, obvious. See your profile picture. What that is.
We're not
is a
talking
model.
about my profile picture.
No, but just hear me out. Hear me out, please. This is very
No. Don't you think it's fucking stupid?
All right, go on.
That the very thing in contention was never even mentioned in your list of reasons why you were.
Well, he came close. He said long distance observations.
AI, please.
No, he said no. I'm correcting him. He said no long distance observations. But he never.
Yeah, that was one of my.
He never substantively parsed that out.
All right, so hear me out. And
well, I missed that part when you said that, so I retract what.
Yeah, because you've got selective hearing. You.
No, just missed it. Right.
So,
I might have just turned my attention for a
this is
second.
very important.
Listening to everyone else.
This
you
is
know,
very
gas
important.
pressure argument and then fucking tennis ball gravity.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, it wouldn't be such a big deal if you actually were a fly earther for them reasons. And you can tell us the reasons, and we say, yeah,
what reason do I have to lie about
their weak argument? No, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying if you would go about it a bit more respectfully, right? You know, and you don't have to interject with things like I used to be just as retarded as these people.
Am I being
right?
disingenuous? Did I say
we would
that?
just, as I told you, said, oh, all right, yeah, you fell for some pretty weak arguments, you know.
That's true, yeah. Hence why I came out.
Would you like us to tell you proper arguments that the Globers can't refute?
I'd love for you to explain your most convincing arguments as to why you think
well,
the Earth's flat.
That's what I'm saying. If you would just come into this engagement like that, we'd be more than happy to.
Do you want me to hold your hand or something?
And yeah, you did turn it into I used to be a like you guys with a bunch of pejorative connotations attached to it. That is what you did, my friend. And we all heard it with our own ears. But nice try.
Yeah, and we're explicitly not like you. We didn't fall for some dumb ideas and Dunning-Krugered our way into a belief in a flat Earth and then jumped out of it into a belief in a globe again with no evidence.
Yeah, cool. So, what is your best evidence that it's flat? And
ground is measured flat.
Can you back that up with a source? Or...
Yeah, a bunch of laser measurements.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Because respectfully, I'm not just going to believe what you say. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to believe me. What I'm asking you to do is go out and check the ground for yourself. That's how we got all these laser measurements.
Well, can I see it? Can I see an example of it?
Yeah, I'm looking for stuff to drop for you in the chat.
Don't worry, alcoholic. While he's getting that, I told you I'd help you out. If you go scroll up to my last post there where I tagged you, I did your artwork for you, and I posted what the flat Earth horizon would look like if the Earth was flat.
What is this?
Where you have the sky, you have the water. This is it's in the chat, dude. You're pink.
That blurry ass fucking.
Yeah, dude. You said if it goes out, it's going to be blurry. There's going to be like a blurriness between the water and the sky. And so, like, I drew it for you because you were having trouble. So I just was helping you out.
More blurry than that.
Dude, that's really blurry, bro.
Essentially, what I mean is like a fade from blue to.
Hold on. Okay, dude. Let me help you out. I'll do it. I'll even make it even more blurry, okay? Good grief, dude. Give me a second.
Let's just reduce
hold
it to a
on.
singular pixel.
I know, yeah, just one pixel. A gradient of one pixel. 1 pixel gradient. All right, hold on, bro. I'm gonna help you out. All right, now, okay. Now, you better accept this one, dude, or I'm failing you for my art class. All right, here it is. I'm not gonna ping anybody. I'm just gonna post it.
David
all right?
Weiss video, man. Jeez.
All right, look at that, dude. That's the horizon on a flat Earth home. All blurry, all really blurry. Okay, is that blurry enough for you?
It's close, but yeah, I'll accept it. I'll let you off.
You will? Okay, great. Now let me show you where I took that photo. Everybody, look in the chat. Everybody see what I did there? You got played, fool.
Oh, you little minx.
So what you showed us there was a building disappearing off into the offing and into the angular reduction limits and a blurry horizon, just like you said would happen if the Earth was flat. There you go. The Earth's flat.
Oh, what's your explanation as to why the building is disappearing bottom up?
I just told you.
Well, that's not an explanation, is it? You can do better than that, surely.
Yeah, well, here, step one. People are mistakenly think that we see an ideal perspective. We don't. Ideal perspective is an artist technique. It only exists with perfect lines and rays. And in reality, light interferes with itself.
By the way, I'm really intrigued.
Let me see. Maybe I will. All right. However, okay. I got an artwork that I'll post here shortly, which is exactly analogous to what we're talking about.
No,
but the moral of the story here is that we don't see in perfectly linear perspective because light is actually physically present in the world and it doesn't exist as an ideal space. So light can actually interfere with itself. The available angles that you have in your angular field of view are limited. The available resolving power of your sensor is limited. The light interferes on the sensor. It also interferes when it passes the aperture, which is the hole, which is where the Rayleigh criterion comes from, which is what determines your angular resolution maximum capacity. You then have other effects, obviously, here, like the atmosphere, all kinds of compounding effects. It's not just one thing. But angular resolution loss alone is sufficient to make the bottom of something disappear once it reaches a critical angle.
Meanwhile, in order to reify the globe into existence, you must ignore all of that and just point and say, "Oh, it's a globe."
Well, I didn't do that, did I? Again.
Oh, yes, you did.
Yeah. Oh, right, I did. Yeah, cool. The analogy I gave of if you're standing above a table and you move a coin further and further away, that coin will never descend below your eye level. It's physically impossible. There's no law of perspective that will allow that to happen. Case closed.
Dude, what I just tell you? You completely glossed over the fact
A
that
bunch of
ideal
abject
perspective
nonsense.
laws don't apply to reality.
So what do they apply to?
Just like there's no platonic shapes in reality. You didn't know that ideals don't exist in tangible, three-dimensional, free space reality? You aren't aware of that? What, do we need to go back to school or something?
You're just saying a load of words that just
Oh
incoherent.
yeah, I'm saying a lot of words. Are they too big words? You want me to do them again in Play-Doh?
Yeah, he needs to go back to school.
Interpretive dance?
Yeah, if you can.
Here's another. I got another artwork for you, bro. Here you go. There you go. I gave myself an A+ since I'm a fully accredited art educator. There you go. A+.
No, right, that's good. I can work with that. Right, so from that perspective, the yellow dot, if you've got an object that's moving away, further and further away, it will never appear to descend below your eye level if the Earth's flat. It's just it's a fundamental fact. It's how.
It's very easy to show you. If you stand underneath a light pole, will that light pole ever appear to descend down below your eye level?
That's a really good question. I'm glad you brought that up because it highlights your abject spasticity. So it will appear. Oh, hear me out. Yeah, and let me.
All right, go ahead.
That.
Go ahead.
So the lampposts will appear to descend. Now.
Oh, it will.
Oh, Trace, please calm yourself.
I thought you said it wouldn't.
Oh my god! Fucking chewing your ears, son. I'm not saying.
You don't even know, Jace. You don't even know how hard he screwed himself, but I'm going to let him do it.
Right,
go ahead.
Please. This will go a lot smoother. Just let me get a sense up. I'm not denying that things appear to descend due to perspective. What they don't do is descend below your eye level. So see the picture that guy put in the chat. What these lampposts will never do.
Yeah. Do you see the lampposts beyond the limit of his vision?
What they will never appear to do is.
No, you do not see them. So they're below what you think is your eye level. You think it's actually below your physical location, but it's actually just optically appearing that way.
It's always above. This is so intuitive that it actually hurts.
No, you're ignoring optics and how things perceive to your eyes, and claiming they're physically they're dropping below your eye level.
You're offending your own intelligence.
Yeah, listen, I understand what you're saying, brother, and what Drace has said is good. But here's the problem, friend.
It's offensive.
What you basically just said is that it is impossible for an object to not be projectively geometrically located in your field of view where its ideal geometry would have it located. Whether you realize it or not, what you just said is that it's impossible for something that is below the curve of the Earth from your vantage point to ever be seen. Are you sure you want to accept that consequences?
I do.
Okay, great. So everyone heard him say that if something is below the curve of the Earth, it can never be seen. We all heard him say it. Now we all know. Hold on, my bro. We all know. We all know. Hey, dude, don't interrupt me to address things in the chat. Okay, super annoying. Type in the chat if you want to address the person in the chat. Now we all know. If he's claiming that you can never see something once it's gone behind the curve of the Earth, we could show him hundreds upon hundreds of images of things that should never be seen. And that would debunk his claim that the Earth is a globe. So he said he's willing to accept those consequences. Too bad, so sad. You sure you want to accept or you want to retract? The answer is you want to retract, and I'm going to do it for you as the judge because you're clearly incompetent to represent yourself. So, what must be going on if what we see doesn't match ideal geometry? Let me spell it out for you, friend. Ideal geometry doesn't exist.
Man, calm the fuck
Does that
down.
help? Thank you, sir. I'll take my Xanax. Now that we all have made it clear that ideal geometry doesn't exist, can we talk about reality? Okay, your rebuttal requires imposing artist perspective laws onto reality and ideal geometry onto reality. Since we know those two don't actually apply to reality, you have literally no point, sir. So take a minute, go to the back of the class, use a piece of scratch paper, come up with a better idea. If you need a para, I'll send one to the back of the room for you. Yeah, what's Fraunhofer versus Fresnel diffraction? What's near field versus far field? What's depth of field versus angle of focus? What's the Rayleigh criterion? What's the largest waveform of color? You know, actual real physics? What's total internal reflection versus specular or diffuse reflection? What's refraction versus Fermat's principle? Oh yeah, that's right. You don't know anything. I forgot.
You've changed your name again, DJ. So Quantum Flop, that's just funny to me. Quantum Flop has told us that we've started an event. Is that true?
This is true.
Awesome. What's the name of the event?
And the name of the event is Do We Experience the Earth as Flat?
Oh, good question, Quantum Flop.
Maybe Megamind has something to add. I hear people in the background, Mega. Not anymore.
Mr. the Hacks One Sout? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yeah.
Can I just call you Mr.? Is that all right?
Good.
Awesome stuff. Well, welcome to our channel, my friend. How are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. So what brings you by? We've just started an event. Can you remember the title? Because I can't. DJ's only just told me and I've forgotten.
Do we experience the Earth as flat?
Oh, good question. What do you think? Me and you go outside, I don't know, to the beach or somewhere, or to the top of a mountain even. What do we experience?
What I experience is relevant.
It's part of the question though, isn't it? Which kind of makes it relevant.
Does it though?
Yeah, it does, because it's the question, right?
You know, English is my first language.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a problem. I will try to remember that, speak slowly and enunciate my words. But you understand the question, right?
Yeah, I understand the question.
Good. So do you think you can answer the question?
Can I answer the question?
Hmm.
Sure. Earth is relatively flat.
Relatively flat. Okay, so you experience it to be flat. Even if you
Yes.
think the Earth is a sphere, I don't mind, but our base sense of reality, since the dawn of time, apparently, is that the Earth is flat. What about motion to the Earth?
Motion
like
of the Earth?
Yeah, like moving. Like, do you feel the ground beneath your feet like going somewhere? Are you traveling around?
That's it's the Earth is at constant speed. It doesn't change.
Okay.
It doesn't accelerate. We only feel acceleration. We can't
Okay.
feel speed.
No, that's fine, but that would be you saying that we don't experience motion then, right?
No, I'm not saying that we don't experience the motion, but we don't
Okay.
feel the motion.
Okay, well, feels and experience is what I meant. So again, that is you saying that we don't feel any motion, right?
Relative to the Earth, no, we
Yeah.
don't feel any
No,
motion.
awesome. So we don't experience the Earth as a sphere. When we look, it looks flat, and we don't experience any motion. So, being as
Yeah.
that's our base sense, what do we do next? If somebody says that the Earth is something else and it's doing something, what would they need to do to prove that to you?
They wouldn't really. They would have to give their points, their facts, and prove their claims.
That's true.
If I were a flat earther,
Or a sphere earther, right? Being as those
yeah,
claims are the ones that are outside of our senses. We perceive flatness and we perceive no motion. Like you just gave me the claim that we are in motion, but it's a constant speed. So we don't feel it because it's not accelerating. Somebody would have to prove that it's actually going at a constant speed, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Who did that then?
Who proved that the Earth is going at a constant speed?
Yeah.
You can prove it yourself.
How to do that?
You could set up a gyroscope, and it moves at a pretty constant 15 degrees per hour.
Okay, that's a gyroscope there.
Yeah, that's a gyroscope, and the gyroscope moves relatively.
Maintains rigidity in space. Right.
Moves around 15 pretty consistently. So I would say that the Earth is moving at a constant speed that is not accelerating nor decelerating, which means that we can't feel it.
Okay, but how do you know that that's the Earth that's causing that?
Because that's just a really bad question, man.
Why? Because you've just got a gyroscope out, told me that it's deviating at 15 degrees, and said the cause of this is because of the motion of the Earth. Okay, how have you proven that though?
You don't. Okay. Let's say this, right? I have a gyroscope, right?
Okay.
I have a little vacuum chamber.
Okay. Interesting.
I put the gyroscope inside the vacuum chamber. Right. Since you guys don't believe in gravity, we'll say that this isn't like a very, very big vacuum chamber. You know.
Okay.
It doesn't remove the entirety of air, because of buoyancy and all the type of stuff. It doesn't float around, and
and it does something, and you say that's because of the Earth. That is.
I would assume that the reason why the gyroscope is moving with no other, so without anything else interacting on it, would be the Earth. Yes.
Okay. When you have a vacuum chamber, do you just and only take the gas out?
You would take everything out of it.
What, even the magnetic field of the Earth? Do you do that also?
No. We're talking about we're talking about a vacuum chamber removing matter.
The gas. Yeah. Obviously, we're going to take, I don't know, the cup out and the glass of water we left in there, but also the rest of the gas. Okay. You said assume. Okay. I get what you're trying to say, but this still isn't proving that this is the Earth that's causing this motion. You've just stuck this contraption in a vacuum chamber, which is, kind of man-made in and itself, and said, look at that. That's because of the Earth, that is. I mean, if you're going to claim that, you'd have to vary and manipulate the Earth to make it happen, which you obviously can't do. So how have you proven that the Earth is in motion and causes these things to happen?
Well, you don't even need a gyroscope to prove that the Earth is moving.
Well, we didn't prove anything then. You just assumed, remember? So
Yeah,
what else do we do then? What's the easier thing?
I don't really remember the name. I think it's like Foucault's pendulum, something like that.
Okay. Is this going to be a little bit like the gyro? Where the pendulum does something and you say that's because of the Earth, that is.
Do you have another anything to say that?
No, I don't.
Does Earth is flat?
This is kind of what you're saying, right? I don't need to provide anything else. I'm just going to point
No.
out that your logic is fallacious.
My logic is fallacious.
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 It's bad reasoning. It's called affirming a consequent. It's a formal logical fallacy. It has form.
Bro.
If A, then B, then B, then A. So if the Earth is a sphere and it's rotating, then it will cause pendulums to do this or gyroscopes to do that. The pendulum does this or the gyroscope does that. Therefore, the Earth is moving. It's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. I could have eaten 10 hamburgers and be full.
You're testing your hypothesis. Let's say we're hypothesizing that the Earth is flat.
No. If you were testing your hypothesis, you would vary and manipulate the thing that you thought was causing it to happen. At the moment, you're just watching phenomena and attributing the cause to something that you haven't varied. It's an assumption that the Earth is causing it to happen. So the hypothesis will contain the cause of the phenomena that you will vary and manipulate in your experiment.
Okay.
Right.
Let's say this.
Right. Right. Am I right or am I wrong? We're just going to get going.
Sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Now, let's say this, right? I form a hypothesis stating that the Earth is round, moving.
Okay. What's the hypothesis? What's the dependent variable?
We're just speaking hypothetically here.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Hypothetically, I do apologize. Carry on.
Right? So I form a hypothesis that the Earth is round and moving. Right? So if the Earth is round and moving, I could
affirm the consequent. Yeah.
I could, see. Oh, if I do this thing here, then it should follow the same.
No, this would also be now begging the question. It's not a scientific hypothesis, but begging the question, formal logical fallacy, affirming the consequent. If the Earth is a sphere, like I said, then what? We would observe these things to happen, like you said, the gyroscope and the pendulum. You observe the gyroscope and the pendulum do all sorts of things. Therefore, the Earth is what you begged the question it was, baked into your premise already, that the Earth is a sphere in rotation.
Yeah,
you understand the logical form and how it breaks.
I understand, and I truly do understand. But
good,
if there was another explanation, right? I'm not saying that there isn't, right? If another explanation was provided and there was proper explanation for it, scientific explanation, I'm sure we would lean more into that if our first explanation wasn't already more true.
Science doesn't really do much about the explanations of things, right? I mean, it'll give you a working understanding, and sometimes hypotheses can, be a kind of explanation. This causes that, right? I kind of get what you're saying. But if we were going to be backing this up with science, then it's going to be a hypothesis that I've tried to mention, right? That you haven't really given its assumptions. What's the cause of the phenomena again?
The Earth.
Okay, so that would be your independent variable, wouldn't it, in your hypothesis? It's the Earth's rotation that does this, right?
Yeah.
Can you vary and manipulate the Earth's rotation?
No.
Okay. I think it would have to be something else you'd have to do to prove that the Earth was rotating too. Is there anything else?
You could go very far away and look at it.
Cool, awesome stuff. So I could go very. Have you gone very far away, Nadir?
Well, I'm pretty far, but not far enough.
Okay, but not far enough. Do you know anybody who has?
I believe I do.
Who?
I'm not. I'm sure I have connections with somebody that does, but I don't know them.
Okay, somebody who's been far enough away from the Earth to see it rotating underneath them. You understand from this point onwards, right? This is going to be stuff that you haven't verified, and it's going to be claims that have been made to us and you, right? Maybe you've got a personal family member that works somewhere in some kind of space agency, but I don't think there's many more than 20, 30 people that have been far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive it as a sphere in rotation. Low Earth orbit doesn't really count, I don't think. But even if we did have that, we would still be relying on evidence that I answered it with the first question, right? Did you do this? No. And how would you validate what they've done?
I'm
So
not
it'd
a
be
scientist. No. So I'm not a scientist. I'm not into. I am into science, sure, but I'm not into science that much to actually, you know, understand how certain things work. I'm sure if I would have looked into it a lot, I would understand it more, But I'm not really the science guy. Yeah, I still have a lot of things to learn. I'm not like the all-knowing, yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. And it's not really about, you being all knowing. Everybody has their own different level of understanding and knowledge,
Hello,
right?
my friendo.
Hi. Weird.
Hey.
Yeah, shush, just for a moment, please.
What?
Be quiet. Thank you. So everyone comes from their own different point of learning and understanding, like our friend here, right? It's completely different knowledge base to maybe you or anybody else. So we kind of have to meet people where they are. Well, I think what we try to primarily point out to people is, yeah, you're right. You're not an expert. You don't know these things. These things have been told to you. Your base experience is of a flat stationary Earth. So it would be reliant upon those people who made the claim that it wasn't to provide that evidence. So far, you've given me two pieces of evidence to say that the Earth was in rotation, and these are like academia, right? Full quartz pendulum, full court being an actual guy, the gyro, of course, we use these things every single day, the aeroplanes and so on, drones and whatnot. But even those things that you thought were possible golden bullets weren't. So hopefully, this gives you, pause for concern potentially that maybe not everything that you thought was 100% true is.
The thing is, especially with, debates, I usually don't immediately side with whatever side, they. I usually do a lot of my own research.
Okay.
What makes more logic. I don't just go based off, oh, this guy said so.
Well, of course. So you believe the Earth is a sphere, right, rotating around the sun?
Yes.
Because some guy said so.
No.
No. Full quartz pendulum, gyroscope. Some guy said so, right?
Not like focal pendulum and gyroscopes are not the only thing that prove rotation, I'm sure,
Okay. What else?
Again, I'm
Because
not
they
an expert.
didn't. Again, you're not an expert. So again, because of what you just said, that would be because someone else said so.
I'm choosing the side that makes more sense. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, how? Being as you experienced the Earth to be flat and stationary, how does it make more sense?
Because it's been scientifically proven since the 1500s.
Okay, how has it been scientifically proven?
Not up to me.
No, how has it been scientifically proven? It's not whether it's up to you or not. You said it's been scientifically proven. I just asked you how.
I remember, I don't specifically know how. I remember there was some guy in what's it called? In Egypt, I believe it was. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've heard about him. There was some guy. I don't really remember the experiment exactly, but it was like measuring shadows of the sun with like some sticks. You know anything about that?
Yeah. Aristosthenes. This guy who measured shadow lengths. Okay. What does a shadow length prove?
From what I can remember, it proved that the Earth was fairly round, and he made not assumption. He made an approximation on the Earth's circumference and all that type of stuff, and it was really really close to what we currently have.
Okay. So he measured shadow lengths.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said he didn't assume.
He didn't assume. I didn't.
You
say
said he didn't assume.
No, I said he approximately.
Okay, that's correct. So he approximately got the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah.
Is that because he thought that the Earth was a sphere, or that he measured a sphere?
Because that's a really. I'm doing something while talking to you. I messed it up. So.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay.
But did he think he was on a sphere, or did he measure a sphere?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
I think he thought he was on a sphere, right? This idea that Aristosthenes, a Greek, he perceived the Earth like a perfect plutonic solid, right? Which was a sphere. Spheres all around, right? Sun, moon, stars, blah blah blah. That God makes spheres. The Earth's a sphere. He believes the Earth's a sphere. Did he measure a sphere?
I'm not too sure about how the experiment went exactly. I'm not sure.
It's just
how
a shadow, dude. It's a shadow. Right? You don't need to put a stick in the floor. Just go outside when the sun's up, and you will create a shadow. What's so special about this shadow?
From what I can remember, it's about the it was the distance between the two areas and how the sun made the shadows. I don't really recall the experiment. I can't lie.
No, that's fine, dude. You're doing really well.
I used to know it by heart. I used to debate
No,
flat
you're fine.
earthers really long ago. I used to know this experiment by heart, but
Yeah. No, you're doing really well. Doing really well. It's just the idea of a shadow length, right? And you can be underneath like a light source, like the sun in the first instance, right? Where he had, I think it was a well in some stories or a stick in others, but no shadow was cast because he's directly underneath the sun. Okay. And then what? Let's imagine he walks forward, not being underneath the light source and watching the shadow increase in front of him until, if we could stop time, he'd magically put a stick down on the floor 500 miles away from where he started. And because he's not underneath the light anymore, there's a shadow. You can do the same thing with all light sources on a flat surface just by walking away from underneath it. Right? Street light at night, stand under it, walk away from being underneath it, watch the shadow increase in size in front of you. If you want, put a stick down. You can measure the shadow length of that stick if you want to, caused by that street light. That's going to tell you what? The angle of the street light, its height from that distance.
Well, shadows don't really change relative.
They do if you move away from a light source. If you stand underneath a light, like in your living room, okay, you'll notice that the shadows are, under you. Lift your feet up, there they are, because you're under the light. If you walk away from being under the light, the shadow increases in size in front of you. You can watch it, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah. So this is what he did. The light source is the sun. 2 points, one under the light, another stick not under the light. And because of the angle to the sunlight, there's a shadow. Do you know what an angle is?
I know what an angle is.
Cool. Yeah, good. So two straight sides meeting at a point of vertex, right? And the measure of separation of those two sides. This is a unique way of measuring an angle. It's called a solar elevation angle. It depicts how high the sun is above the horizon. 5 degrees, 15 degrees, 90 degrees, right above your head sort of thing. So this is an angle measurement. The Earth wasn't measured or utilized curve, the angle measurement between the two sticks over 500 miles, right? So he measured or utilized a flat Earth. And because he already thought he was on a sphere, he made some assumptions about already being on the outside of that sphere, the light source, the sun, being really, really far away and causing parallel light rays, and the two sticks kind of converging at the center of the Earth. And where the shadow was formed on one, he could measure that, 7-degree angle at the top of the stick, by measuring the length of the shadow. And then he could calculate a circumference based upon his presupposition that the Earth was a sphere after measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Chinese did this, right? Same thing. I can't remember what his name is. I think it's Laos. Probably saying that completely backwards or whatever. Chinese did this, stick in floor, flat Earth. Excuse me. It was only up until about the 1700s where they believed the Earth was flat. After that, stick in the floor measurement, until the Catholics and the Jesuits came along with missionary work and informed them of the new learning of the day that the Earth was a sphere. So, yeah, Aristosthenes did it. The Chinese did it. It's just a solar elevation angle. It's a shadow, dude. So not the gyro, not the pendulum, not the stick in the floor. What else, dude?
Don't ask me.
Yeah. This is kind of the conversations and debates that we have, right? And we look into these so-called proofs that the Earth is obviously a sphere in rotation. When we look at them, they logically fall apart. They're not scientific experiments, and they obviously, most definitely, work on a flat Earth. Even some of them, like Aristosthenes, kind of used one angle measurements, right? So, yeah, not everything that guy said is true. We shouldn't take things at face value just because that guy's wearing a white coat, right? Sometimes it's best to validate the stories, my friend. Anyway, I've really got to get my dinner out of the oven, and I have spoken for too long. So it's been a pleasure speaking to you. If anybody else wants to take over the conversation, that'd be
I have to go for like 5 minutes.
okay, my friend.
Anyways.
Thank you.
Hello guys. Hello.
Hello? Hello? Nobody here? Hello? Hello? Li La Lu Pangani. Nobody here. Nobody here. Why nobody here? Why? Why nobody here? Why nobody here?
हेलो अभी नहीं बोलते
Hello. Hello, guys. Where are you? Hello.
What was that?
What's an
So, do you have any
oblique
questions?
spheroid?
Oblique.
Oblique. I don't know how to spell
Oh my
Oblique.
goodness.
You know what oblique means, right?
It's that if you ever wonder how like little kids they hear a word one time and then they try to repeat it, he heard some kind of word about ob something and he's like oblique. Oh yeah, it's an oblique sphere. That's like art.
Yeah.
That's like painting or
Yeah,
glass or something.
It couldn't be OBLATE by any means.
Yeah, I'm sorry for spelling it wrong. Oh Jesus.
Oblate. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so Earth, oblate spheroid. Is that your stance? Is that your position?
That the Earth's a sphere, yeah.
What's the size of the Earth?
You want to give me
Ooh,
the
good question.
you want the radius?
Radius, circumference, diameter. I pick and choose.
I'm pretty sure. Hold on, this guy posted it. 3,959 mile radius.
Awesome. So with something that size, you think we could calculate like drop over distance?
I would say on a local scale you could calculate probably small amounts of drop over distance, yeah, but it'd be difficult to do on like a
If you're 6
a
foot
wider
tall and
scale.
you look out over water, how far away is the horizon?
I'm not sure. How far away is it?
Surely we could calculate it, right?
Yeah, you could calculate that, yeah.
I mean, a quick Google search will
Yeah, I'll
confirm
Google it.
it,
I'll
but
Google.
it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So take the square root of 6 and multiply it by 1.22 to get your distance to the horizon.
So it's about 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, it's not. It's further. When we go out to test this claim of a geometric horizon that should be at that calculable distance, the horizon does not appear in this location. In most instances, it appears much further than it should do.
Okay.
What do you think about that? If it's further than that, if it's supposed to be in a certain location, but it's not, and it's further, what does that tell you about the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't really tell me anything, really. I mean, there could be multiple explanations for that.
Well, it can't be bigger because if it's bigger, that means the story they told you about how far away the moon is and what it's doing in the sky is wrong. Like everything's wrong. The whole story's wrong.
I mean, how far away do you see it then if it's supposed to be further?
Well, hang on a sec, bro. Because in order for you to have a reason why your globe doesn't look like a globe, right, you'd need to know it's a globe in the first place.
So, did you ask how far we see?
No, I didn't actually ask anything. These guys asked me to start talking about the horizon. So.
Okay. I thought you asked how far we do see, like from a flat Earth perspective. But I apologise if
No,
that
we were
wasn't your
just talking
question.
about how far away the horizon was. If you're 6
So,
foot, and that's about 3 miles.
yeah. So the horizon distance is going to change, and that's going to depend on two primary factors. One, the technology you use. You understand that you're probably going to be able to resolve things in the distance better with a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera than you are with your eyes, obviously. And the
Yeah,
other
because
factor is going to be
yeah,
the weather that you're looking through, like the meteorological conditions, like fog, rain. If it's clear out, for example, you're going to be able to see further. Now,
yeah, of
these are
course.
really, yeah, apart from how high you are above the surface, these factors are going to determine how far the horizon is going to appear to you. The
Yeah,
problem is, we're told that the horizon should be at 3 miles away if we're at 6 foot. We can see a horizon with good optical conditions and good high powered zoom technology like cameras and stuff. We can see a geometric horizon well beyond 3 miles. In some instances, it appears to be about 30. And that's just from about 10 foot above the surface of the
and
water.
what technology would you be using to see that?
So, a high powered zoom camera, so P900 or 1000, you can use high powered telescopes. You can actually see further by changing the spectrum of light. We can use the infrared spectrum, which kind of mitigates for the atmospheric hazing effect that we get with distance. So we can cut through that with infrared. And when we view in the infrared, we see much further than we do in the visible spectrum. It's
Okay.
because we have more clarity. That's why.
Yeah, then
Is
you
that not
find
the?
out
I
that
mean,
the
with the
horizon is
camera.
due to you find out that the horizon is due to the convergence of perspective, not because of the consequence of curvature.
Yeah, but the zoom of the camera doesn't break the curve. It just enlarges what
Yeah,
refraction would
yeah.
let through. And
We
refraction
understand.
never brings back the parts hidden behind the curvature. So
Well,
Yeah.
let's try this one then, real quick, Jedi. Before you go into it, because I know you want to talk about it. If you lower yourself down to 1 foot of observation height, right? 1.22 times the square root of 1 would give you the distance to the horizon. Maybe we should talk about that kind of an observation.
are you talking to me? Do
Yeah, how far is the horizon from a 1 foot observer height?
you want me to search that up?
I mean, what's the square root of 1 times 1.22?
Man, I'm not good at maths. I couldn't
Square
tell you.
root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.22 is 1.22.
Okay.
Cool. So the distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer will be 1.22 miles. You just you get the square root of the observer's height. So 1 foot in this instance. So what we can show you, and I'll get around to it a bit, I've just got to deal with this quickly and I'll come back. What we're told is the claim that we can Google to the distance to the horizon. Now, when we go to confirm this claim, we don't see that horizon where it should be. That's the point. You brought up earlier about getting a distance to the horizon. That's kind of hard to do. So we'd have to use like known landmarks to estimate a distance to the horizon. Let's say, for example, we had a landmark out to sea that was 10 miles away, and we could say it was beyond it or in front of it, showing it was less than or more than 10 miles. It would be that type of measurement. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool.
What I would like to say, if we're talking about the horizon here,
Yeah.
let's say we're looking out towards the horizon, over water,
Mhm.
and we're watching the sunset. We're standing at the beach with
Yeah.
with a telescope or something like that, and we're watching the sun set below the horizon, and
Mhm.
we're looking through a telescope and we see it start to set, and then if we get up to a higher altitude, like a hill or something like that, and then we can still see the sun. We can see it again.
Mhm.
What would you say about that? Because that's really only possible on the curved surface.
No, one. Right. So we have to understand that when we're making observations, we're using our eyes or an optic. Eyes and optics have limitation of what they can resolve at distance. Quite simply, that's the angular size of the object. So it's the reason why that mountain far away looks small and the one that you're standing next to looks really, really big, right? It's really simple to understand. Things get smaller in the distance. Same things apply to the Earth that you look across horizontally. Eventually, with distance, the angles that you can perceive are going to be too small for you to resolve. This extinction limit is known as the horizon, the limitation of what you can perceive of the surface of the Earth. Now, when you change your angle, climb a mountain, climb a tree, you've changed your angle. That angle with distance opens up because you're further away from the object. It's like putting your hands close to your face. You can't see the entirety of it until you move back a little bit. Same thing like with a huge surface that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. You can only perceive 3 miles when you stand up. You can perceive more when you get further away from it. It's like when we were down close to the surface. Like put your face down across the floor, and if you've got a tiled floor, like black and white squares, you'll notice the ones in the distance appear really, really, really small until you can't distinguish the difference until you stand up. Doesn't mean that your floor's curved, just means you've changed your angle. Want to know why you can see the sun again? It's the same answer. You've changed your angle.
Yeah, but where would the sun be going? I don't think it moves away.
Away. Now, again, this is just going to be perspective, as why the sun in the distance appears to go down, where earlier on during the day it was above your head, more or less. So the reason why it appears to go downwards is due to perspective. This is convergence, right? The same reason, like when you look down a hallway or a corridor, the walls appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually getting closer together, right? They just appear to do so. Same thing with all objects that are above your eye line. When they move away with distance, they will appear to you to descend downwards towards the horizon. So that's why the sun appears like it's going down. It's not.
Okay, even if we're standing on that beach and we're watching the sunset, if the sun were just moving away, it would shrink into a tiny dot as it gets farther. But that's not what
Sometimes it
happens.
does.
It stays. No, it doesn't. It stays the same size all day, and then it drops
Oh my
below the
gosh.
horizon.
This guy's seen every sunset apparently. So you've seen every sunset on Earth.
What's that got to do with it? Like I can go out and watch the
Because
sunset.
you're saying nuh-uh because your experience is that it never happened when you were paying attention. You don't realize that there are other situations. Yeah, I know you've not seen it. Other people have seen this.
Other people have seen the sun go into a tiny dot. See.
Hey, do me a favor. Look in the side chat. I'm gonna post a GIF for you real quick. All right.
Oh yes, my favorite
Keep in
form of
mind-
evidence: a GIF on Discord.
I know, right?
But
It's just a video
that wouldn't matter either.
made into a GIF. It's just a time lapse video made into a GIF. A girl is
And where's the
painting
video from?
on a high.
Oh, let me guess. YouTube.
A girl is painting while a sunset is happening. She's not a flat earther. She's just painting while a sunset is happening. The sun gets smaller as it moves away.
This is all nonsense anyways, though. I mean, if you're going to affirm the consequent with sunsets and sunrises, then you've already lost. At the end of the day, the Earth is flat because everybody measures it and uses it that way. That's how it is. It's measured to be flat. There is no Earth curve measurements. Who cares about the sun? Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do different countries see different sun angles at the same time then?
Hey, does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving? Does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Yeah, because it works exactly on a curved Earth. It doesn't
I'm
work on a flat Earth.
sorry,
Whenever the
it
UK
doesn't.
sees sunset, the New
I'm
York sees afternoon, and
sorry.
Australia sees morning.
Dude, you can keep chanting, but you and I both know that that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
The
because
Earth
are you
is
telling me?
measured as flat.
Sorry, Cesar. Yeah, but are you telling me though? Right. Okay. So if you're closer to, let's say, a tower than I am, that we'll both get the same angle to the top of it on a flat surface. On a flat surface, let's say you're closer to a tower than I am, and we both measure an angle to the top of it, and we're on a flat surface, right? Are you saying that we'll both get the same angle?
Oh, I'm saying.
Okay.
Your version
So
on a flat
from
Earth,
different
sunset,
positions on a
I don't
flat
think
Earth,
sun works. Doesn't work.
right? So from different positions on a flat Earth, you can get different elevation angle measurements to the sun.
Sorry, what version of flat Earth are you strawmanning us with? What have we presented you?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what version of flat Earth are you talking about? I mean, it's
Yeah, the
pretty.
Earth being
The one
flat. You said
outside.
the version.
Or anything.
The one outside.
What
That
model?
version.
Yeah, the Earth under your feet. Yeah, it's flat. It's measured.
Let me ask you, B-Man. The B-Man, right?
Yeah.
Is the surface of water in a swimming pool flat?
It's level.
It's flat, right?
I wouldn't call it flat.
What would you call it then?
I would call it level.
Level is flat, right?
No, level's not flat.
What is level to you?
Level, I believe, is. What was the definition of it? I think it's to do with
Having no
linear
point
drift.
higher or lower than another one. That's the definition of level.
It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What's horizontal?
Having no.
What's a plane? What's horizontal? It's all flat. It's perpendicular to plumb.
So what's your point?
So my point is, water on the surface at rest is always flat.
At rest, it's flat. Okay, well, level would mean perpendicular to gravity, not
Right.
not
perpendicular.
Yeah.
You can't have perpendicular to a ball. There's no such thing as perpendicular to a curved surface.
Yeah, there is, because
Right.
on a globe,
Call it gravity
pulls
if you
towards
like.
the
Right?
center, so level curves around the Earth.
Right. Perpendicular would be a 90-degree angle. Right. Perpendicular to vertical would mean 90 degrees. Yes or no?
I don't know what degrees it is. I just know that
Yeah, it would be
the center.
a right angle. Perpendicular would be a right to vertical would be a right angle. And if you're saying the surface of water or liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, then you're telling us that the surface of that liquid is flat and horizontal, because perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. But horizontal is not curving. Okay? So you're agreeing with us.
No, because you're saying the surface of the water is flat, but it's
Yeah,
not
so are you.
flat.
So are you. If you say that the surface of the liquid is perpendicular to gravity, then you're calling the surface of the liquid horizontal.
No, perpendicular just tells you
Yeah.
the angle at one point. A surface
Yeah,
can be
90
perpendicular to
degrees.
gravity. It can be perpendicular to
Dude,
gravity
you can't
everywhere.
have
Still
you
be
can't
curved
have an
overall.
angle to
You
the
see the difference?
surface of a
That's exactly
ball.
what
You
sphere
cannot
is.
make an angle to the surface of a ball. Try something else.
No, just because a surface being 90 degree to gravity locally doesn't make
You
it
can't
flat
have
on a
90
global
degrees to
scale.
a curve. You can't put
Yes,
a stick onto the
in a
surface
really
of a
big.
ball and call
Have
it
you
an
seen it?
angle.
Have you seen a really big circle? If you
Dude,
zoom in
what's
and
the
one of the
angle
lines, it'll
between a
look flat.
basketball? What's the angle between a basketball and it's sitting on your table? So your basketball's now sitting on your table. What's that angle?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. There's none.
Well, you can
You're
if you're
begging
using
the
a
question of the
basketball.
ball anyway. There is no sphere Earth. You'd have to have a curvature for that. So if you don't have any curvature of Earth, I'm sorry, you just stuck with flat water, perpendicular.
No, hold on. You're saying you're talking about the basketball, right?
I wasn't talking about a basketball, but someone asked you about the angular relationship between a flat surface, or you could use a stick. Put a stick and put it on top of the basketball and tell me what angle you get.
Yeah, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah, so saying perpendicular means flat is like
We're
saying a basketball
comparing a
every
sphere
point
to
on
a
the
flat.
basketball is 90 degree to the center,
Hello.
but the whole surface is still curved.
Comparing the surface of a sphere to the surface of to a flat surface. That's the comparison. Whether we use a basketball for an analogy, a baseball for an analogy, a soccer ball, or the earth, just know that we're talking about the sphere and the lack thereof.
Right. If you have two lines, right, that meet, right, can you have an angle between them if one of those lines is curved? One or more? Is there an angle? Can you measure an angle between the two lines?
I don't know, can you?
No, you can't. An angle will require the intersection of two straight lines. At least two straight lines.
Okay, well, tell me this. You guys believe the Earth is a flat plane? Yeah.
Here we go.
Negative.
Now we're going to
It's not
talk
a
about
belief,
something
bro.
else.
What do you believe in?
It's not a
No,
belief.
sorry, it's not about belief. The Earth is
Okay,
measured to be flat
fine.
by
What do you know?
everybody. We know that the Earth is measured flat by everyone. There is no curvature measurement whatsoever. The Earth is not a sphere. It is indeed flat as it presents itself to be.
So where's the edge, and why has no one found it?
What edge?
Uh-oh.
Well, if
What
it's
edge are you
flat, then
talking
there has
about?
to be an edge, or there has
Really?
to be
Says he?
something.
Well, you okay? Well, then you tell me where I should find it.
I don't know. If you just circumnavigate the world, see what
Dude,
happens.
Earth is
Where's
not.
the edge?
Well, that's a
Earth is
circle.
not. Earth is not floating with your other planets in space. So where's the edge at
So what's
now?
going on? So what's going on then? Where? How can it be flat and there be no edge?
Oh, because it's the
What's going
floor.
on?
Wait a
Yeah, it's
minute.
the floor of the universe.
It's the floor of the universe. What does that
I'm
fucking
just
mean?
curious why you think it has to have an edge. Where would this edge be at?
Are you fucking stupid? Have you ever seen something flat? You talk about
Yeah.
basketballs and shit like that.
Let me tell you about my floor right here. Are you standing on a
finger-
floor? Is there edges of your floor in your house?
No, listen to me. If you get the
No,
top of a
listen to
basketball,
me. Have I ever seen
I'm
anything something flat? You said, have I seen something flat? Yes. Okay, so I got this flat floor in here. Where's the edge of my floor at?
whenever it meets the wall.
Oh, okay. So it meets a wall. Okay.
Yeah, where's the fucking
This
wall
one.
in the globe?
Is that an edge or is that a limit?
Sorry, the flat Earth. Where's the wall? Where's the limit? Where can you?
Oh,
Where does
I don't
this
know.
fucking
Where do you think I ought to find it? I don't know. Where do you think I should find it?
You guys don't know shit because you can't we've
Sorry,
circumnavigated the Earth.
friend. Circumnavigation is in a circle. It's not about going to the limits of anything. It's going in a circle. You should probably think about the words that you use before you say them.
Huh? Yeah, well, if you go from one point on Earth and make a complete circumnavigation of it, and you return back
You'll
to
be
where you were,
it's called a
you'll be at
circle.
the same point. You're not moving around.
Yes.
Can you walk in a circle on your floor?
Wait, you're not moving around something?
You're moving around the fucking.
Can you walk in a
Earth. You're
circle?
not.
Can you walk in a circle around your floor and not see your wall and not run into your wall? and you walk in a circle around your floor.
Yeah, you can, but where's the wall that you guys are talking about?
I don't know. Nobody here said anything about a wall except for you. You brought up the wall. You tell me where it is.
Yeah, because you asked me a question. You said on a flat plane, you were talking about your floor, and I said, "Where's the edge to that?" And I said, "The wall." So how come we've never found the wall? We've explored the
I don't
entire
know. Have we? How do you know?
So
explored it?
Dude, you brought up the wall then, just like you said. We didn't bring up a wall, just like you said.
No, I know. I'm bringing it up. We've
Oh,
explored.
I don't know about any walls.
We've
We didn't
explored
make up a
the
wall.
entire-
That's on
Okay.
you, dude. We can't answer
where-
your question you made up.
So let me get this straight. My interpretation of something being flat is there either has to be a limit or there has to be an edge.
Okay.
Or something, okay? Now hear me out
where
here.
is that?
We've explored the entire planet minus maybe like
No,
a
we
large
haven't.
portion of the ocean, yes.
You don't have
but
any
every
evidence for
landmass-
that.
Every single fucking landmass we've discovered. I mean, come
Sorry,
on.
What did you discover?
Sorry. Yeah, tell us about what you
I never said
discovered.
I discovered anything. I'm talking
you
about
said
like,
we.
everyone fucking else in human history.
Okay, what are
we
their names?
pretty much dominated everywhere.
Okay, great. What are their names, and can you tell us where they went and they found the edge?
No, what I'm saying here is I don't know their names. You know, Christopher Columbus, the likes of those sort of guys. You know, Alexander the Great, who went around
yeah.
dominating everything. And we've been to every fucking island, every little nook and cranny of the planet.
Did you know that we discovered 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan?
No,
Right off the coast of
didn't know
Japan.
that. Yeah, he didn't
know.
know that they found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan because he thinks everything's been discovered already.
7,000 new islands?
Yeah,
that's
look it
correct.
up.
Let me see these islands. Hold on.
This is going to be a surprise to him. He says we already found everything, whoever we is.
Well, flat earthers are
An
stupid.
undersea volcanic eruption created a new island in the Pacific in late 2023. So yeah, it created a new island.
What,
not
one
discovered.
island?
They
No,
were
we're
sitting
talking
there, no one
7,000.
discovered.
7,000 islands, bro.
Hold on, 7,000. Let me see this. 1, 2, 3. Japan did not discover 7,000 new islands. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no proof of this. Where did this happen?
Oh, he's a skeptic now. Okay, so let me be a skeptic. How do you know we found every piece of dirt on the earth?
1 second, I'm reading into this Japan thing.
He's reading AI. Whatever AI makes up about it.
CNN travel. Yeah, there's multiple reasons to why these islands have not been occupied.
Well, that's probably the only ones that have been. That's probably the only ones that we don't know about, right?
Because of different.
Yeah, I'm sure those are
territorial disputes and shit. But I'm sure someone discovered it at some point in time.
Now he's sure. You hear that?
Oh,
he's sure of it.
1 second.
It's bloviating, dude.
No,
I'm sure somebody went to your edge at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
say, okay, you guys are right.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
because they discovered 7,000 new islands.
Yes, because you said everything's been discovered already because we live on a ball. And we said, no, the Earth is flat, and they discovered 7,000 new islands. And you said, bullshit. Then you looked it up. You said, they did discover 7,000 new islands, and the Earth is still a ball for some reason. And that doesn't
You
make
wanna
sense
know why they
to us.
discovered 7,000 new islands? Because most of them are just small, barren fucking rocks that go underwater half the time. Yeah,
Wow, I can't believe they didn't find those
there's
before.
still some shit that
So now
pop up
you're
here
giving
and there.
excuses as to why they didn't find them, even though your argument was that we've discovered everything, and now we found out that we haven't discovered everything, and you're giving excuses for that.
See,
How pathetic.
these are little pathetic islands, okay? Little
Right, little
barren
pathetic islands
ocean
that we
rock.
didn't
Listen to me.
discover.
We've discovered all of the major land masses, and I'm
Oh,
pretty
okay,
sure
sure, no problem.
a wall
I need your evidence
surrounding
for
the
that,
fucking
please.
Earth or an age would
Can you
be
give
a
me the
pretty
evidence
major
for that, please?
landmass.
Sorry, I don't know why you're still talking. I just need the evidence for that, please.
The evidence for that we've discovered all the major land masses and continents in
Yeah,
the Earth.
yeah.
Look at a map.
Nope, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
work.
it doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work.
No.
No,
I'll
look
tell
at
you why.
Pacific
Why doesn't it
Ocean.
work?
Pacific Ocean doesn't have any land in it.
Yeah, because it's an ocean.
Prove it.
Prove that it's an ocean? Are you stupid?
No, I want you to prove that that's been all explored.
Okay, so let me go to the Pacific Ocean and search for some fucking islands and shit like that. What's in the Pacific Ocean? Like, what does it matter? Where's this big, massive, fuck off wall surrounding the globe? I'm pretty sure.
There's your wall again, dude.
That
Your
one.
wall, dude. Your
Yeah.
wall. You
So
brought
what-
up your
so-
wall
so what's-
again. Your
Yeah,
wall.
exactly.
It's your
I'm not
wall, not
saying-
ours.
I'm not saying.
We didn't make up the wall. You did. Why do you want us to talk
what's
about
going
your
on
wall?
then? So what's going on then? I'm just saying, in my reality, on a flat surface, I'm looking at my desk right now. It's pretty flat. There's an edge to it. I'm looking at the floor.
Okay.
The only thing that
How do you know it's
once you
flat?
get to the
How do you know your desk is
other side
flat?
of the floor,
How do you know your
do
desk
you
isn't
want me to
curving?
measure it? It looks flat.
Sure, why not? Measure something, goddamn.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But once I go to the other side of my room, I see a wall.
Okay.
There's a.
So you think the Earth has a wall? Okay, well, where is it?
You're the guy. You're the people that believe this shit. If the Earth is flat,
No, I didn't. Did I say that the Earth has a wall? Did I say that?
If the Earth
Sorry.
is flat, if the Earth is flat,
Okay, finally.
No, we just said it was flat. Like we didn't make any claims after that. We just said it was flat.
Captain
You're
Hook
saying it needs to have a wall or an
in the
edge.
earliest historical charts of the Ice Age
That's a
in
map.
the Chukchi Sea.
The Ice Age. How long ago was the Ice Age?
Talking about Ice Age. Not talking about that dumb shit.
That was one of you guys that posted that. So.
Sorry,
Called
do you think
room
that,
fucking police.
do you think that we say that there's a ring of ice around the world? Is this what you've seen in like media and so on?
No, I know you guys don't believe that shit anymore. So what is surrounding us, or what is stopping us from reaching the edge? Is what I want to know.
No idea.
A dense
No
hydrogen
idea.
ocean prevents anything from leaving the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting, and also a claim that can't be validated. The more honest answer is we don't know.
No, we could definitely make a scientific conclusion that it is a hydrogen.
Really, based upon what hypothesis and experiment?
Okay, so on the Earth, we can take hydrogen and get it to
Is this
extremely.
going to be a hypothesis and an experiment?
Right. But the difference is if my hypothesis.
Go ahead and talk to the other guy. That guy's retarded.
Cool, fair enough. I thought it was.
Arguing with each other.
Don't give up on Phil Platt so soon. I just checked him into our home server.
Oh my
gosh, poor Phil Platt.
He's got to wait his turn.
So
I mean,
anyways.
I'd rather talk to Phil Platt than B-Man. I mean, he's been around
for
here
sure.
so long. My
B-Man
goodness.
gave up a long time ago. Yeah, B-Man should just listen now.
I haven't given up. I haven't given up. Fuck's it now.
Let me explain it before you dismiss it. I mean, what you're doing is literally what pagans do. If you tried to convince them their worldview is ridiculous, they'd wave you off and say their authority and consensus disagrees. So just listen first before you dismiss.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Right, but I'm not trying to convince anybody either. I'm just trying to state what I believe it could be, and it's being hand-waved immediately before I even finish.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to hear about belief systems.
I'm not talking about belief systems. I'm talking about something you
about
could
what you
do
believe.
yourself.
You said you were talking about what you
Yeah, Phil, you
believe. You're not
said it.
saying that that's not a belief system. Hold on. I
saying-
don't want to get off, my friend. I don't want to get
I want
off
to
on the
talk
wrong
about
foot
the
with you.
scientific process, right? You understand that observation, measurement, repeatability is what declares
Obviously,
empirical
doesn't want the
validation,
olive
right?
branch. No problem.
Right? You understand that, though. That's the empirical process.
The question was.
So get on
just
with the
for
measurements
brevity,
then.
All right. Well, this is what I'm saying is that if we can observe a pressure gradient, then we have to look at the scientific laws. What does a pressure gradient require? It requires containment. Right. So now when we look at the containment, we can see our pressure gradient has hydrogen at the top. There's no reason to assume that hydrogen doesn't continue past the magnetic field. And we know
What
that
measurement is the hydrogen claim based on?
hydrogen claim, I don't know. I could use hostile witnesses all day. None of your model is claiming that hydrogen isn't at the top of the atmosphere. They agree.
What model?
The
Yeah, we don't have a
heliocentric
model.
Are you telling me your
That
heliocentric model
we're not.
doesn't believe
Hold on.
a density
Hold on,
gradient
my
in the
friend.
atmosphere?
My friend. Yeah, we talk about gradient. You were
Right.
talking. Sorry,
Is there a
specifically
density
talking
gradient?
about one particular gas, hydrogen.
Right, and there's a special property about that gas, and it's a special
Hold
property
on, before you run
that
off.
is a big
Hold
deal
on,
in its location.
my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. All right.
I know. I'm
All right.
trying to explain to you an empirical fact, and you're
I
dismissing it
know.
as if it has nothing to do with my
No, I'm not
final.
not dismissing it. I'm trying to walk through it slowly. That's why I keep
Right.
kind of mumbling and trying to interrupt because you're going quite fast. So
Right,
slow
okay,
down.
well, slow it down then. Do you agree with me
So
that,
back to my
that the
question.
atmosphere has a density gradient, and at the higher an
No,
altitude
that's not in question.
but we're
Pressure
talking
and
about the
density
firmament, so
gradient.
it's important what elements exist around the firmament.
Is your foot constantly down on the accelerator, or do you think you can just ease it off a little bit?
I don't understand. You're interrupting me, and I'm just trying to
I've
explain something.
already told you I'm trying to slow down and go through this step by step. That me
Right.
trying to interrupt you is trying to slow you down because I want clarification before we move
Right.
on.
Yeah, I made the claim that it's probably a hydrogen ocean, and then I was trying to explain why I think that, and that's what you keep cutting off.
Someone else can try.
Phil, take a deep breath. We're trying to communicate with you, but you don't have to keep talking over us. Just you say something, and then somebody else will say something back to you.
Right,
It's
but I
that
didn't
simple.
get to say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go right now, and then stop when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it would be a hydrogen ocean. We can objectively confirm that we live in a pressure density atmosphere, and that the higher in altitude we go, the lighter the elements are. Hydrogen, under a scientific framework, you can test it in a lab that under extreme cold temperatures, it gets really dense and it liquefies. And the properties of liquid hydrogen is diamagnetism. It is repelled by magnets. And so literally, if outside the magnetic field is a dense hydrogen cold ocean, then it would be at the bottom of an extremely dense ocean, creating a pressure from the magnetic field meeting that diamagnetic hydrogen ocean. That would create a pressure bubble that we exist in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. That is empirical.
Well, it's empirical because that's what hydrogen does. We can do that here on the surface.
That's great.
No.
Hey,
What we mean by empirical is, hold on. What we mean by empirical is so far, lovely story. I think we're all kind of nodding along, but at the end of the story, we want validation for it, don't we? So have
What do
you
you
been
mean by
there?
validation? What aren't you
Have you
agreeing
been?
with?
But have you been there to confirm that your hypothesis, in this instance, or theory, is probably better, is true?
That's a fallacy. Science is about scalability. Yeah, it's about scalability. The fact that you say I'm not allowed to
Hold
prove
on. I'll
anything
try
because
to
I
add
can't
more
go there.
clarity if you allow me. Thank you. So at the moment, like I said, we're all nodding along, right?
Right.
We still want verification that this is actually the reality in which we live.
So basically, you want to
sounds like
flat earthers deny everything because their whole point is that they don't have the resources.
I'm really
to
trying
go
my
to the
best to
firmament.
communicate with you, sir.
You're telling me I can't say a word because I can't travel to the firmament.
No, at the moment, I'm really trying to make my point.
Yeah, but you understand that theories can exist in science, but the point is that can't contradict empirical law.
Yes, I agree that theories exist in science if they have undergone hypothesis verification through experiment. You can
So you would
then base
agree
your
that
theory.
I'm just saying you would agree that the heliocentric model saying gravity prevents entropy, it contradicts the scientific law.
Dude, right, I'm literally trying to hold out an olive branch to you. If you'd let me say more than fucking 15 words, you'd agree that I'm trying to reach an agreement with you and hopefully add some clarity. Now, so far, you've given, and I'm like, try my best to steelman you and give you a good representation of what you think you're trying to give. So give me a moment. So far, I'll agree. You're giving me what is probably a good scientific hypothesis. A good scientific theory based on a few hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. Like you require a container for gas pressure, the observable reality that there is a gas pressure gradient. You're hypothesizing a cause for this, something that you could probably do in a laboratory and say this does cause that. But until you observe the reality and go there, you can't verify this theory of yours to be true, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's why it's a theory. If it was more than a theory, I'd be calling it law.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I don't think anybody would say that it isn't a good idea.
Right, but I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's a theory. You can have theories
Yes.
as long as they don't
Yeah.
contradict law.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just glad we had this conversation so we could add clarity to what's being said. There's no need for us to think that each other's being hostile. We have agreements here, but we also have limitations. This place that you are in at the moment tries to deal with what's empirical. When we get to theories that can't be tested, we must admit that this isn't empirical and underlie it as a good speculation or theory to a probability, an idea.
Right, but a hypothesis is just that. You take your theories and test them against empirical law. If I can
No, you
reproduce
need to
those
get this order.
conditions,
Sorry, sir. Sorry, you need to get this order right. Scientific theories are based on an accumulation of scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true with verification through experiment. You've basically got to complete the scientific method, have an experiment, and then you can base your theory upon what you've proven to be true, which is what you've done. You've conglomerated a few scientific hypotheses and are basing your theory upon that. Now, at the moment, we must agree that it is just a theory, something that you can't actually demonstrate to be true until you go there.
but I could demonstrate the science behind it. That is my point.
Yeah, this is why I said we were all nodding along. Yes, we observe a gas pressure gradient. We were agreeing with you, right? Now, the
Wasn't the
cause
question what could
in your
possibly be doing
supposition,
this?
the cause in your supposition, we would also nodding along to, right? Hydrogen in this state, it acts like this. It could be the limitation to our gas pressure and maybe our whole environment. Okay, it's a nice idea, like I said, but we can't
All I
go
was
there
doing
to
was providing a
verify
theory.
this theory.
Well, because what I'm understanding is, I heard the question where somebody asked what could, be the firmament or whatever, and I'm trying to give a theory that replaces the debunked theory that gas prevents entropy.
I get you, okay? Maybe, and I'm not being hostile. The question was more specific about the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall, as in when you go out horizontally. But I will concede eventually you would meet where the sky reaches the earth. So if this is what you were speaking about, yeah, okay. But again, we must caveat it with this is a speculation. And dealing in conversations in this channel where we try to deal with empirical truths, things that we can validate to be true or not, then speculation must be underlined and pointed out.
Oh, sure. I'm not claiming that this is fact. I'm claiming that this is this can replace the defunct theory that gravity prevents entropy. That just objectively can't be true.
Well, we don't need other speculations to replace the already existing speculation of gravity holding gas to the Earth.
But that is the exact scientific process. You create those speculations, and they hold if they don't contradict. And there's just still
No,
speculation.
that's not the scientific process.
When
That's
you
completely
validate it, it
false.
becomes
I want to
validated.
ask Phil this. I want to ask Phil a question. Phil, do you think your hypothesis could happen over a flat surface as well?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
then.
in fact, I look at the Earth as a microcosm, macrocosm. I think it's a direct macrocosm of
It's
the
still flat
hydrogen
Earth.
atom itself. And hydrogen atoms bond to each other, and they would create an inertial plane in between them.
Phil, you don't have any hypotheses.
Well, I'm just saying, you asked me if I believed it could happen over a flat Earth. I told you what I believed.
No, that was a different question. I'm talking about your whole hydrogen ocean.
Yeah.
You don't even have a hypothesis yet. It's not scientific at all.
Well, what do you mean? I can take in a lab and I can take hydrogen, liquefy it, and I can create a magnetic field and watch it repel.
Nobody cares. It's not science. It's not
That's
science.
literally science.
No, it literally isn't, because if you're going to use the scientific method in natural science in this situation, you would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena?
Yeah, the magnetic field of Earth. And
okay, so
that exists at the top of the density gradient.
No. We're dealing with your original observation. You observe, apparently, in nature, a magnetic field. So what?
So science is
what
about,
about it?
Science is about recreating conditions.
That's false.
Right.
That's
to
false.
be specific,
it's not about recreating conditions and then manipulating the variables.
Specific, when we ask you what you see and you say the magnetic field of the Earth, the next question, because we've got the observed phenomena when creating a hypothesis, is very simply what caused that.
What
so
caused the
do you think
magnetic field?
Yeah.
The Earth. What do you mean? Like, are you saying the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field? Or are we not?
No. Listen, we're agreeing with you that you see this electromagnetic, right? Compasses follow these lines, for example, right? If you're saying that this is the phenomena that you observe, the method's very strict. If this is your your dependent variable, then the independent variable, the cause question must be answered, right? So what caused that? What you observed?
You're asking me what causes the Earth to be magnetic?
Yeah, because that's what you gave as your phenomena. Like I said, maybe you should, hold on, my friend. That's why I asked you. Maybe you want to give a different phenomena, because that one's not going to fit into your hypothesis, dude. Not the one that you're trying to give.
Are you saying that magnetic fields are like personal, like they're different? Like if I create one magnetic field and another one, that they're somehow different?
All right, okay, right. I know I'm English, and I know my English is British to you, but I know that everybody else understands what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you don't.
It's it's about science and doing experiments with scalability.
Okay. First step of the scientific method is the naturally observed phenomena. When questioned about that, you gave the magnetic field of the Earth. The next step is to answer the question, what caused that? Now, you said science. That would be the construction of a hypothesis that we're going to test for experiment. I think so. This isn't a thing that you're trying to talk about.
Well, let's put it this way. Isaac Newton came up with the equations to describe the laws of gravity. He literally said that he can't tell you what causes it, but he can tell you the laws it must abide by. So are you saying he didn't follow any scientific process?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying.
So the guy that's responsible for every piece of infrastructure that ever existed on Earth didn't even follow the scientific process to come up with that equation.
What equation?
Scientific process to come up with an equation.
The
only way that you can come up, hold on. The only way that you can come up with an equation, which is the use of language, which is math, to express what has happened within the scientific experiment.
Isaac Newton came up with
so we need the experiment
that
then.
Gravity must follow. He said he doesn't know.
So what was the experiment then?
What was his experiment?
Yeah, what was the experiment the formula or equation were gained from?
Observation, measurement, and repeatability. He took physical
Okay,
objects,
so what's the
experimented with
hypothesis?
them with their
So what's the
gravitational effect.
So what is the hypothesis that Newton gave?
He gave his a mass equal, or I'll look it up so I don't get it wrong. But he definitely gave you a hypothesis.
Okay, when you said you were going to give me an equation, a hypothesis doesn't come in the form of an equation.
Use him as an example. I'm not here to argue that, but I can look it up and argue Newton. I'm just saying that he literally says he doesn't know the cause, but he can tell you the laws that it must obey.
Dude, you're rattling around like one of them balls when they draw the lottery. You got to stick to one thing.
I'm telling
you.
Thing, but you're telling me that I must tell you the cause before I tell you the laws. And I'm pointing out that one of the most prominent scientists ever literally did not do that.
No, you're claiming hydrogen, water in the sky, right?
I'm claiming hydrogen is in the sky, and I'm saying that hydrogen at extremely cold temperatures will be dense and it will liquefy. And that we can produce that right here on Earth, and we know its properties.
Cool. So act as a container for the gas pressure, right?
Right.
Cool. So that's not the magnetic field doing that now, is it?
No, it's the magnetic field meeting the hydrogen ocean.
Oh, okay. Dude. So you now need to observe this phenomena.
Right. Like you can create that in a lab.
No. The phenomena in the natural world.
See, you're pretending like I have to explain how the Earth has a magnetic field. It's objective.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what causes it to say that it has
Phil,
a magnetic field.
I'm gonna steel man you real quick. I'm gonna steel man you, Phil. What you're saying is the magnetic field is encapsulating liquid hydrogen around the outer edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, a good way to put it is like, I know this is a silly way. Think of like SpongeBob with Sandy under the ocean with her dome. She's inside an ocean. Picture that ocean as a hydrogen ocean, and that the dome is a flat dome, but a magnetic field repelling it.
You have no evidence for it other than just a hypothesis and what you think might be going on in your mind.
Right, that's what I'm trying to give you, a hypothesis, and I can test the hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis.
I didn't verify it.
It's not a hypothesis.
That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give me the naturally observed phenomena and then independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena and then give me your hypothesis.
Magnetic
we'll see if it's any good.
And hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
okay. So that totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
Why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God!
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So the effect that you're observing is the magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
Nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you be able to scale it?
Yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And the magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not trying to explain to you what causes it.
Hold on, my friend. You were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes. And that is...
Yeah, you're saying, so I know we'll all follow, you're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim,
Right.
because
So
that
I'm
will
not
be the
saying that
cause
the
of the gas
magnetic field
pressure.
creates the containment. I'm saying that
Yeah.
hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic
Yeah.
field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create
We
hypotheses,
can make,
and that's what I've done.
we can make theories, best guess.
Let's get sure. Why
Yeah.
can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't
Here's
say
the thing,
that
Phil.
proof. I'm
Here's
giving
the
you a
thing.
replacement
Here's the
theory.
thing. Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah, you need to make 14.7 psi at gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make that claim when Albert Einstein made his assumptions like in 1905 when they didn't even claim to send a probe up until
Dude, he
1957?
used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories, and nobody's allowed to
No, they're
challenge
not.
them.
We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So sorry, right?
It's definitely scalable. For
Yeah,
instance,
my
the
friend.
claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we know.
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay, so let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about it.
Just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field. Did you?
In a lab, you can produce it. Yeah, you can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you? Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one arguing?
Who cares? I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther. I could be a glober, and
Well,
this would still be a great
You
question.
either not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's behind.
I'm not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what science is all about.
Listen, dude, you didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So,
like a cup of water,
you're already done. You lost me at ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean.
Great.
Are you denying the scalability?
Don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic?
I haven't seen anything to deny yet.
Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something. I'm asking you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Trying to steel man here. If you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something.
You're not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim, is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steel manning me? You don't even understand what steel man means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants? Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was as simple as possible.
What I need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen.
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me, since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority. These are things
Hold
you
on.
can independently.
This is your claim.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right, my friend, you're new to the channel. All right. Now, we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat earth side, right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, go and Google it. You should research yourself. If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it, because people are going to find not what you're talking about, and then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier for you just to provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time, 5-10 minutes. That's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like, hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble. Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then like they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble
That's what I
go?
want to. I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look
Well,
up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll
well,
somewhat get you in the right
remember,
place.
wink, wink. Somebody
Kimbo
came to the
coming in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking
As
for?
long, sorry, you can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's
Hello, any flat earthers here? I can debunk your whole theory.
Good morning.
Had a pretty funny interaction with this dude. Different server. He's like, tell me all about your flat Earth science. Like, certainly, it's science where you don't use any belief. You suspend your disbelief. You suspend your belief, and you follow the evidence. I said it's quite the opposite of atheism science, where it's all about belief. You just sprinkle enough belief or sprinkle enough disbelief into it until you get the result you want. And the dude went fucking ape shit. It was just just like one fucking bananas. And I'm like, and then what the hell, dude? Why are you freaking out like this? You know? And then because I had a feeling he was an atheist. So I go, how about this? Okay, let's start over. Let's talk about science. No words before, no words after. You don't need to change the definition of science. It is what it is. And all of a sudden he like yells, "You don't believe in science!" And all of a sudden everyone, the whole erupted laughing. I go, that's Crit's point. You don't, like it was a little more. There's a little more to it than that. I'm densing it down. But everyone's just laughing because it's like, dude, that's what Crit said. Crit said his version of science is he doesn't believe it, and then you're yelling at him when you're telling him.
It went straight over his head.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, like just like, oh, dude. He thought he got this gotcha. Like there's somehow I'm going to describe some other version of science than observation, hypothesis, experiment. When he's got this idea of this belief system, a scientific belief system. So basically, his question was, "Tell me why I should abandon my belief in my science and believe your science." And I told him exactly what he should be doing, and he had to disagree with it. The blurt at the end was just so hilarious, though. I mean, like people in the room just started laughing, like open mic laughing. I don't believe in science. And I took a little more. I said, okay, well, if I don't believe in it, why would you ask me about it? What would be a flat Earth science? So a lack of belief? Would you call that atheism? It's like there's so much internet out there. There's so many Discord servers. It's just hilarious sometimes when you just find just the perfect storm of some high caloric, low nutrient tablet kid.
Would it be religious less or a religious if you're without a religion?
Yeah, or spiritual, I suppose, is the term that people use. It's like I gotta reset Discord. It's bugging. Okay, that was quick. Normally, I was just gonna hit the reset, and I was gonna give and come back in a minute or two, but I was just like standing up, and boom, it's back. I guess it's probably getting ready to reset itself. Yeah, somebody who isn't religious but has some sort of belief system, Yeah, I mean, like, there's different, spiritual, naturalist, humanist, deist, I think is another one. There's another thing called like the demiurge, or just like, yeah, I don't know. There's lots of different ways to describe that, but I wouldn't say that's atheism. Atheism is a positive claim that there is no supernatural beings. Like the supernatural world can be adjudicated just as easy as the natural world through the scientific method.
My question was more aligned with like how the globe is a religion to these guys, and we're without this religious belief in their system. So what would it be?
Yeah, a lack of belief in heliocentric model or models, even more so when presented by state sponsors of religion. I don't believe in your sky magic. I don't believe that you have, prophets like astronauts who've been to this holy land, this outer space, and they brought back photos and the T-shirt and
Some wood.
yeah, some petrified wood.
Good morning.
But I understand that your claim is that Earth is flat, but do you agree that the dome is like a circular, something like that?
Dome. Nobody's claiming a dome. The
No,
only
I
thing that we
mean the way the sky looks.
the way the sky looks is based on visual optics. So there's a limit to how far you can see. So it's what you would call non-linear. So when you look into the sky, the sky wraps around your vision, the limit of your vision. So it's an optical phenomenon. The sky is an optical phenomenon. So regardless of how the sky looks or appears to you, there are still claims being made by whoever is backing the model that cannot be verified, right? We can't determine the shape of the ground by looking at the sky. Do you understand?
Can you repeat?
So the way we see is non-linear, right? So in the same way that things converge, like train tracks converge into a point in the distance, yeah, well, there's the same horizontally as well. So things will converge up and down into a point. So the sky wraps around you, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I understand.
So the sky is no way to determine the geometry of the Earth.
No, I'm not saying the geometry of the Earth. I mean separately. You understand?
Well, I don't understand why you're asking about the sky when we're talking about the claims of the geometry of the Earth.
Yes. It's a concern.
It would be like me. It would be like me asking you to measure the floor, and you start measuring the ceiling, right?
I just asked. No, it's not like argument against the flat Earth. It's just a question.
No, I'm not saying it's an argument. I'm saying it's irrelevant.
Yes,
I'm saying the way the sky wraps around you is a visual, optical effect.
Yes. Understand.
Right. Yeah. But what we're saying is the claims of the globe isn't about visual or optics, it's geometry. They're claiming there's curvature on the Earth. So if Earth is a ball and it's curving, then that curvature rate needs to be verifiable. Would you agree?
Can you repeat the question? Because I was like not focused.
If the Earth is curving, then there must be curvature. Do you agree?
Curving, you mean like? No, I don't think I agree. When you say curving, you mean like a ball? If the Earth looks like a ball, it must be a ball.
Is the surface of a ball, is it flat or is it curving? The surface of a ball,
right?
Right.
Curving,
so if
right?
we lived on a ball, the surface would have to be curving. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So if the surface is curving, it should be verifiable. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So if it's not verifiable at any scale, then it can't be curving, can it?
Well, if evidence does not exist, doesn't mean necessarily that it is not true. But if in the fullness there is no like even in morality or like in the universe evidence, that means it's not curved. You understand what I try to say? Okay.
What I'm saying is, look, forget about the universe, forget about the claim of the model. We're just talking about the geometry of the Earth. If we lived on a ball, let's say a football, regardless of scale, there'd be a curvature rate, right?
Yes.
So you've already agreed to that. So now we don't have an infinite scale. We can't just hide behind, regardless of scale. Now we know that there is an actual size of the Earth. So the claim is that the Earth is a certain size, and if it's not that size, then the whole model falls apart. You can't have a working solar system the way it does with the orbits and everything, distances, without the Earth being this certain size. So we can put the claim to the test. There's a curvature rate. The Earth is supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mole squared. So we can't hide behind the fact that Earth is too big as an argument. There will be some test or some way to measure that 8 inches per mole squared if the Earth is really a ball.
I agree.
Right. 8 inches per mole squared translates to 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. That's a lot of curve over 10 miles.
10 miles?
So if over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature if the rate of curvature is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes.
66 feet of drop from sea level, if you've got, you're optically looking from sea level, 66 feet from that point, decreasing in elevation over distance. 66 feet. So every observation taken that's beyond 10 miles, where you can see an object in its entirety, is proof that there is no curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Can you tell me what you said it's proof one more time?
So if there's a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, that means there's 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. So if we show you observations beyond 10 miles that debunks the 8 inch per mile squared, then that we have a problem.
That means it's bigger?
It means that there is no curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared. And if there's no curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared, then the globe model is wrong. The globe model won't work.
But can it be like 9 inches and the mistake was of a human and still a curvature?
Well, the whole model is based on the size of the Earth. You need a radius, 3959. You need that radius, which is what was used to calculate, for example, the transit of Venus. The distance to Venus, the distance to the Sun, the distance to the Moon. All of the distances and the orbits are all based on the size of the Earth. So if we have an Earth that's bigger than 8 inch per mile squared, then all the math is wrong. So you have no model. You have no model. You have no way to justify the Earth is 65 million miles away. You have no way to justify any of the distances, any of the sizes of the other planets. Not only that, you don't have any proof that we actually live on a ball. You actually have proof that what we're all witnessing is a flat Earth. And that's what we're witnessing in reality. We don't have an 8 inch per mile squared curvature rate. We don't have any way to detect 66 feet of drop. We can see objects far beyond 10 miles. We can see objects, we have line of sight guns that can shoot up to 100 miles. Line of sight.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that the moon is flat?
Do I believe the moon is flat? I don't try to. I'm not trying to believe anything, my friend. The moon.
No.
Better dispel the disk in space misconception.
Yeah, go ahead, T-Dub, if you want to comment on that.
Just be aware that we just be aware that we don't think the Earth is a disk in space, like an object amongst other objects in outer space. That's not what we're saying.
Can I ask you now a question? But you ask us, do we see moon like? Do we believe that moon is flat? Is that your question? Hello.
If my question is that the moon is flat?
Okay. Let's say you and me sitting outside and watching the moon. I will tell you what I see, then you will tell me what you see. Okay? I see this yellow circular thing when it's full. It looks like yellow, sometimes it's red, and it's circular like a disc. What do you see?
What I see when the sun hits, I see
No,
like
the moon.
a ball. What?
The moon.
The moon?
Yeah, when moon is full, what do you see?
A yellow or a grey ball? Yes.
How do you know it's
Yellow
a ball?
like yellow circle. You're saying not the ball.
You believe it's a ball because you were told it's a ball, but you have no way to verify it's a ball. You also have no way to verify that sunlight is
It's
hitting the
what I
moon.
see.
Do you
No,
see
you
the
see
ball or the
you see a
circle?
disc. You see a disc in the sky. Be honest. Without any assumptions, you see a disc in the sky.
Let
You
me
don't
go
see this
look
disc.
at the wait.
You don't see
I'm
this moon
gonna look at
rotating, do you? You just see the
Just
face of the moon.
quickly, he might be confused that we're claiming the moon is actually a disc, like a flat disc.
No, not that. You.
Yeah, but that's why if we say we see a disc in the sky, he might think that we're claiming a flat disc in the sky. Just saying.
Yeah.
We're not claiming that.
But I wanted to tell him that we see the same thing, but we are not claiming anything that it's flat. What we see with our eyes, that's it. We don't see the sphere. We see the circular yellow thing. You can call it disc, but it's not disc because you don't know. But it's yellow or red when it's full circle. And you see the same thing.
We don't make any claims to what the moon is. We don't make any claims to what the sun is. Any claims we're making is about empirical evidence you can prove on the Earth.
This is what I'll say. I'll say the moon, right? Whatever the moon is, it doesn't seem to have any resemblance to the Earth, meaning that there's no characteristics of the moon that match the Earth that we're standing on. Right? I would consider it more like you're standing on a flat floor and you're seeing a light in the sky, right? That would be a better description of what's going on. We see a light in the sky, it looks circular, we don't know exactly, we can't prove exactly what shape it is. Kind of looks like half a ball to me. Can't tell exactly what it is, right? Don't know how big it is, don't know how far away it is, don't know what medium it resides in, but it doesn't have any characteristics that the Earth has. It's completely different. It's like comparing a chicken to an apple, right? It's just something different. It's the moon and this is the Earth. And if we test the surface of the Earth, over and over again, over huge distances, and there's no curvature, it can't be a ball. It can't be circular, like the moon, like what we're seeing in the sky.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you mean.
Yeah. And you understand we're not claiming that Earth is a flat planet, right?
Yes, because the measures doesn't point to flat Earth, right? Right.
Well, we're not. You know what people do, right? Because they've been thinking their whole life that everything is in outer space, right? And the globe is in outer space, and then there's other round planets, and you're standing on a planet. And then when they hear about flat Earth, they try to insert the flat Earth into that concept of outer space. So they usually they think it's like a flat disk instead of a round planet. but that's not what flat earthers claim.
Yeah, outer space is exclusive to the ball Earth theory. If you don't have a ball Earth, none of out of space works. None of the measurements, none of the distances, none of the claims. So you got to throw it all out. No assumptions.
Why they don't agree that the Earth is flat? The government.
The
Can you
government's a
tell me?
huge. The government's a whole bunch of different people, right? They have jobs to do. They probably never even thought about that. Most of the people that work at the government probably just went to school like everyone else, and then they got a job at the government, and they believe the Earth's a globe.
No,
and
no,
they never
sorry.
tested it.
What? NASA?
What do you mean?
NASA?
What's that? NASA? Did you say NASA?
Yes.
Yeah, same thing. Most people that work at NASA probably believe the Earth is a globe. NASA's not going to space, right? People have different jobs. NASA's just a different division of the government. Okay, so people have specific jobs to do. Whatever the hell NASA does, right? They're not going to the moon, they're not going to space. So whatever the hell people do at NASA, they're just doing their job, and they believe the Earth's a globe. They're not. It's not like you get a job at NASA and they're like, "All right, well, the Earth's flat, and we're lying to everyone." Okay, so now you're part of the deception, and we're going to deceive people. No, that's not the way it works.
Works like that. You are working in front of computer, watching some data, and you believing that things what you're seeing on the computer, it's happening in reality in the space or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you could fake the moon missions and still believe the Earth's a globe at the same time.
But why they would fake the moon mission?
Why would they fake the moon missions?
Yes.
Oh, well, they were trying to beat Russia. Like, that's the obviously they were trying to make it seem like they're the greatest country in the world that can do what no other country can do, and they're acting like they're competing with Russia in the space race. And yeah, and then obviously they faked the moon missions because it's absolutely ridiculous if you actually have a look into it. But that doesn't mean you have to believe the Earth's flat. Just, a ton of people know the moon landing was faked and still think the Earth's a globe.
Did Russia say that the Earth is flat?
No, but the head of the Russian space agency said NASA faked the moon landings.
Jesus, at this point, it's kind of irrelevant. I feel like you're skipping a step here. In order to understand the reasoning behind why they believe it's a ball, I feel like that's a step away from what evidence do we have. Like, first of all, we need to decide whether we have evidence. If there is evidence of the ball, direct evidence of the ball, then flat Earth is done. Flat Earth goes away, right? But there is no evidence. So if you want to ask why they lied or why people believe in the ball, well, that's a speculative question, right? That's something that you can come to the conclusion of and start to understand. But first you need to establish whether the Earth is a ball or not.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter if DJ says it's because of this, or if I say it's because of that, or if Sasha tells you it's because of this. It could be because of all of those reasons put together. It could be because of specifically one of those reasons. Whatever the reason, doesn't matter. Is there evidence that we live on a ball? And if you look into it, there's no evidence. Go ahead, Sasha.
There is good analogy for this. Let's say like this: we have a video that your girl is cheating on you. We have 20 videos, not one, even 1,000 videos that your girl is cheating on you. But you are asking why would she cheat on me. She is from so good family. Nobody in 100 years, nobody she there is giving all good families. She never lied. She something like that.
But
You
I don't
understand?
do it. I don't do it to complain. I just ask a question.
No, I'm saying what are you asking? You are asking why your girl is cheating on you, and we are showing you the video. Look, there is a video. She's having sex with another man, and you're seeing that, and you're seeing her, and you are saying, yeah, but why would she do that? And then you need to ask her. I think so.
I agree. That's a good analogy. It's like asking for content without context. Before you can understand the content, you need to understand the context first. And the context is the Earth is flat. The context would be, the question would be, is there any evidence that we live on a spinning ball? If the context is set that there is no evidence for that, then the content you can start to decipher and understand. But you're not going to understand the content without first understanding the context. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, you tell me to understand the context, right?
Before you ask for more content.
Yes.
Because you can misinterpret the content.
Yes.
First
Because
of all,
nobody
we need
knows.
to know evidence. Yeah, is there any evidence? Yeah, go ahead, Sash.
Nobody knows the answer of your question, because I would like to ask also the same question, but I know the answer. Nobody knows the answer.
Okay.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not asking people, because I know that nobody will give me the answer.
And there's lots of opinions. There's lots of content for you, but it won't make sense without the context that the Earth is measured, treated, and observed as flat. Once you understand that, then the content can be put into perspective. Then you can make your own decisions.
But
And
you
there's
can think also.
Lots of logical reasons for why they would do this.
Think logically. You said also, why would government? Which government was doing good for some people? And you say, okay, this government. We have historical evidence that everybody is complaining about government. I cannot hear. And now which government is this one? Which you said NASA? NASA is American government. It's not Croatian government. It's not Peru. It's coming from where this space agency is coming from Russia and USA. It's not coming from Azerbaijan. It's not coming from Nigeria.
But what Russia said about the Earth?
That's very interesting. They have they're saying the same thing. I think they're teaching kids there it's a globe, but they didn't go to the moon. They never tried to go to the moon, and they had better in a time better how to say technology than Americans. But that was strange also.
Yes.
Yes. That's what we know, like a history. But who knows? Is that the truth?
Jesus, we've been sold a story. We've been sold a story, and this model that they've got is not proof of that story. The model that they've got is a backwards engineered piece of math that basically doesn't prove the Earth is curving or spinning. And that's the key point here. There are claims that the Earth is curving and spinning. If there's no evidence that the Earth is curving or spinning, then the model is incorrect. Otherwise, you're just believing a story. A bit like a religion. And human beings, we're suckers for stories. And that's why I think this lie has caught hold so deeply, because it has a good story. It has a model. But that model doesn't reflect reality. It's just a story. You throw in a few wives' tales. You sprinkle on a little bit of math. You hijack perspective. You misinterpret what we're seeing in the sky. And now people think they live on a ball. And you're asking, why does everybody believe it? Because they believe the story. It's got a good story. We're suckers for a good story. But if you apply logic and critical thinking, story doesn't check out. Flat Earth is like a cold, hard lesson in logic and critical thinking. Something most people aren't ready for. The question is, Jesus, if you was to discover the truth, would you want to know it? Some people don't want to handle the truth. Some people don't want to hear the truth.
I want to know the truth. Yes. Hello?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. If you really want to know the truth, eventually you're going to get to the point where you're going to say, right, I want to find evidence. If I'm going to believe this ball, I want the evidence, direct empirical evidence that we're spinning, that the earth is curving, that you can have a vacuum in the sky called outer space, that the sun is 95 million miles away. Where is the direct evidence? And if all you can come up with is pre-assumed inferences, you don't have any direct evidence. And that's where you will get to. We all went through the same journey. We all tried to prove this globe at some point. There's not one flat earther who didn't start out without saying, I need to prove this to myself. I need to know this as certainty. In some way, I need some evidence. That's how the journey begins.
Yes.
So go out, get yourself a camera, take some long distance observations. If you can afford it, get a laser. Set up some sort of test, or just do some deep research. Do we have any evidence of the motion of the Earth? Do we have any evidence that the Earth is curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared? If so,
SIP laser or what type of laser are you talking about?
A laser, a strong laser. Because a laser will shoot in a horizontal line level to the source, right? So if there's any deviation from level, a very good laser pen would be one way to determine whether you're able to hit a target line of sight further than the 8 inch per mile squared rate of drop, which there should be. If you shoot a laser pen in a horizontal orientation over a lake that's longer than, 6 to 10 miles or about that, there should be deviation from level. Because the Earth is curving at a rate, apparently, of 8 inch per mile squared. So like I said before, over 10 miles, you've got 66 feet of drop. That's a deviation from level. 66 feet of decreasing elevation over distance. Over just 10 miles. Now you can verify there's no curvature that way. You can back that up with other observations. You can learn about refraction. You can look for the consequences of atmospheric conditions, and you can determine what's being claimed doesn't match reality. There's no deviation from the level. And water is your key to understanding this because water doesn't curve. Water is the perfect place to take your observations and tests.
Hello guys, what's up?
Wait.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the channel.
Welcome.
We're talking about flat Earth. Have you ever looked into it?
Mm-hmm.
So we have flat Earth.
Flat Earth, yeah. Have you ever heard of
Nice.
this topic before?
No.
Okay. Well, the Earth is observed, measured, and treated as a flat, stationary, topographical plane. That's how we treat the Earth.
Mm.
They claim it's a ball.
Sorry, but I don't know what you mean. Can you use more simple words?
The Earth isn't curving. If we live on a ball, the Earth must curve. There's no curving of the Earth.
The Earth is not a ball.
There's no spinning of the Earth. People believe there is.
Oh.
People believe we live on a spinning ball, but there's no evidence for that.
Okay. So
No evidence. Do you find that hard to believe?
I think so.
Right. As you should. You were taught that the Earth is a spinning ball and that everybody knows this to be true. But if you try and find the curving, or you try and find the spinning motion on the Earth, it's impossible. There's no curving, no curvature, and there's no spinning, there's no motion to be found anywhere on the Earth. The Earth is treated as if it's flat. In every industry.
And they don't even believe in space. Right?
Is it so hard to believe?
To what?
Isn't that funny, Roots, like that question? It really shouldn't be that hard to believe since that's exactly how we experience it. But the indoctrination makes it hard to believe. It actually only exists in the mind. So just like the last guy you were telling him, you need to go out and test this for yourself. Is the Earth actually the way that you experience it? You know, horizontal and such, and not moving. It's a weird time to be alive.
Yeah.
No, anyway, I know you guys don't
people don't
believe
want
in
the truth to
space,
get in the way
right?
of a good story, right?
Exactly.
No, I don't know. Don't start about this complotism shit. Like, I just want to know your point of view scientifically.
What we're dealing with is a cult, a religion. A cult. A cult is a group that has special knowledge that can only be verified by them, and everybody else has to believe it. They would have you believe flat Earth is a cult, when in reality, flat Earth is all what you live on. It's all around you. It's reality.
No, I never said that. I just said, please, we shouldn't.
When in actual fact, the globe religion is a cult.
Previous conversation.
It's
I
culture.
mean, right now we're talking about smoke, about like this cult stuff. shit. I was just saying. I know you don't believe in space. Like, you believe like space station are fake, for example?
It's a story that cannot be verified by anybody apart from NASA, apparently.
No,
Apart
but
from an
like,
authority that we have no access to. It's part
okay,
of the
but
definition of a cult
but
or a religion, if you don't know what a cult is.
I never talked about a cult. Yeah, I know it is a cult because it's come from my language. So anyway, so when you go on YouTube and you see a video about a space station, you think it's fake? Sir?
Laying it down, Roots. Good man.
Yes, sir. Just trying to get some engagement.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can
know.
take some cajoling.
It's a previously recorded conversation, and
I
so
bet
far the
minds are so
recording is
blown.
doing
They don't know
the
what to think.
conversation. That's why you're confused, thinking he's answering your question with talking about what a cult is.
It's like they get an ice bath
Oh,
when they come in here.
oh, so this Mazux is just a bot?
I mean, I get how stressful it is, right? I understand that, but I mean, you know, in the pursuit of truth, there should be more questions,
Wait.
right?
So it's just a pre-recorded
Yeah,
conversation.
I found that weird at first as well. Like, why isn't everyone as curious as I was? I was
Oh my
like,
god, I will have to mute this
I need
guy.
to know now.
Jimmy, are you a real person?
But loads of people are like, nah, who cares? Why does it matter?
Jimmy
We're
Wool?
just dumbstruck silence.
Are you a real person?
Yes, I've said
Okay.
this like 3 times now.
So
It's
are you
easier
a
to be
Slutter?
told what the answer
sorry.
is, right, than it is to find it for
Do you believe it
yourself.
too?
So in some ways, it's just a nice way of passing off responsibility. Oh, well, I don't want to find out for myself. I'll just let someone else tell me what my paradigm is.
Yeah, that's why when I'm just talking to them, I'll oftentimes just tell them what it is,
Yeah, this shit is
along
disturbing,
with
guys.
asking them the questions to make
You
them
guys are
think
all
about
sick.
it. Just tell them straight up, no, this is what it is. Like, oftentimes I think if you dive straight into like a long distance observation, it just goes way over their head. They can't even contextualize it. I think sometimes you've got to deal with the disk in space question. You've got to give them something to stand on, to then think about. Because like we rip the ball away from them and they don't know where they are now. You rip space away from them, they doubly don't know where they are. So when you then go and try and explain the world to them, they're so caught up in that floating in nothingness that they can't really take on what you're saying. So I find it's often useful just to actually describe, well, what we seem to have evidence for is a motionless topographical plane that's contained. So it's more like you're in a giant building. You almost give them some context for what they are seeing, a different context, a different way of thinking about their observations. Because oftentimes I feel like we'll dive straight into some hardcore evidence, like long distance observations, and they're just like, they can even acknowledge, yeah, there's no curve there. That's flat water. But they can't apply
So
that to the overall point that we're making. They're like, yeah, it's still a globe. Like they don't have that foundation to understand where we're even coming from.
right, because it's almost like because you said a different way to think about it. Well, it's almost like you don't have to think about it, right? Just look at it, see what do you see? See it flat. What's to think about?
Yeah. I mean, oftentimes I'll have a conversation with someone and I'll get them interested in the subject to look into it. And I've not even presented them any evidence. I've not even spoken about long distance observations or the nature of water. I've just asked them about what they think they know about the earth and then to consider what they actually experience. And just to propose, well, it could be like this.
And they'll be like, some of them will be like, all right, okay, interesting, good points, I'll look into it. And I've not even really presented any evidence for flat Earth, which I think is quite interesting. It speaks to the way the human mind works. And it can sound a bit like, we're not trying to sell a narrative here, but in a way, we are narrative-driven creatures. And it can help, actually, a lot of people understand this whole topic if we do give them some of that narrative, some of the history, an attempt at describing what this system might be, so they have a place to sit and think about it. I don't know, it's just something I've been thinking about the last little while.
I was talking to my son the other day because he was listening to me talk on here. He couldn't hear the other people, but he could hear me. And like, I had to mute up because he started asking me questions. And he said, well, who was it? Where do we get this idea that we're on a ball from? Like, who was it? Who was it in history, right? And I went, oh, well, the Greeks suggested it, but that didn't take off, right? It was like around the 16th century, right? Like, and then I'm like, hang on a second. Who is attributed with having said it, we live on a ball? Like in relatively recent times, like not thousands of years ago, but like hundreds of years ago. Who was it?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, even just trying to untangle the history aspect of this subject could be a lifelong task. I mean, we've got a lot of untangling to do. I think that's another way I think about it when we're talking to new people. Their ideas and their thoughts, the globe model, it's a huge tangle of ideas, and you've almost got to untangle all these preconceptions and these notions before you can even start to have the conversation about where do we actually live. Because you're just trained to think so illogically based on your preconceptions about what's in the sky and what the luminaries are, gravity, all this stuff. It's like cemented in the indoctrination. I mean, even the language anchors the story. So when they're talking about the atmosphere and gravity, they just inherently summon a globe. You've got to almost like untangle all that word magic. Because, that's the basis of how human beings are communicating and thinking, is saying the words which are conjuring an image in the mind. And when we use the words to conjure a specific image of a globe, that really cements itself in the person's psyche.
Right. Because like at first people come in and like some people, right, they come in and they're just laughing instantly. Ha, you idiots! We have pictures from space. When we demonstrate how that's a weak argument, right? Then they start thinking and they go, and then they're like, well, if they don't just spiral out then and there and leave, like they're like thinking, hang on a second. Well, okay, well, how does night and day work then, right? Then they start sort of thinking, right? But,
yeah, that's it.
Why would they lie about pictures in space, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just one point we make, one pushback on a point like that can open up 100 questions, especially if you've never even stopped to really consider this whole topic. You're totally green in it. Yeah, I mean, you can spend hours on just one point like that. If they really want to get into it.
T-Dub, I would say it was in modern times. I would say it'd be Copernicus, right? Because didn't he write?
Was it? Was it?
Well, that's the mainstream narrative, right?
I don't think so. He just proposed that the Earth's
Well,
in the center. Right. He just proposed that the ball Earth is not in the center.
So they say the first globe was made in the 1400s, right?
Right.
late
So who was it?
1400s.
Is there a name attached?
Was it some Dutch or
Or did
German
it just
guy?
sort of sneak in?
But then he obviously got it from somewhere more recently than the ancient Greeks, who they generally attribute it to.
Right.
I see what
Because
you
he
mean.
got me questioning. He got me thinking about it. I'm like, hang on a second. Was it Copernicus? Didn't they already sort of like? Wasn't the idea that it was already wasn't it already getting thrown around? We're on a ball. And Copernicus went,
yeah, the
we're on a
ball was
ball.
around.
Right. So like Copernicus was like, we're on a ball, but we're not in the center.
And it's an underrated part of this subject to focus on, right? Because it's sort of like a philosophical colonialism that took place with this idea of a renaissance and an enlightenment, where the West developed this doctrine of a globe Earth, which is sold as a discovery and makes them scientifically more advanced or more astute than the rest of the world. Therefore, they inherit this position of superiority. And it's like, just a Western philosophy that's been used in a colonial manner. Maybe the spreading of the church philosophies from traveling Jesuit priests, trying to get into places like Japan and that. I mean, the church owned the education, essentially, for a time. So they had a big hand in it. But yeah, as it goes to singular people, it's kind of hard to pin down the exact thread.
Well, there isn't anybody. The only people before Copernicus were all in the BC era, except for probably Ptolemy, right? Ptolemy was just after the BC era. There isn't anybody you can pin down before Copernicus unless you go to the BC era.
Right, but there's images, like there's paintings of like globes before Copernicus. I'm sure there is, like from the 1400s.
Yeah, but that didn't mean that they thought people lived on top of them.
Right.
Because the world was seen as spherical, but you were inside, potentially on a flat plane, inside of that thing.
Well, look into the first globe Earth, the first globe that was made, the physical globe. They say that's like the 1490s or something like that, don't they? Or earlier? 1400.
I'm thinking, late 15th century. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was when Copernicus lived, right? 14 to the 1500s.
Well, that's what I was going to see. What's the exact timing comparison of that? Is that globe contemporary with Copernicus's life, or is it just before, or is it just after? Because I know they're in the same ballpark, but
Copernicus,
off the top of my head.
from what I can remember, Copernicus was born right at the end of the 1400s and lived till the mid 1500s. So he lived
so then if that's the case and it's a late 1400s globe, then that would mean they were depicting the globe when Copernicus was a child, before he'd put his calendar to the church.
Right. So it just snuck in? Like...
Well, it will have been a group of, elite intellectuals and maybe fragments of royals supporting elites and all this kind of thing that we're proposing. I mean, you read the writings of Leonardo da Vinci, and he's talking about a globe.
Right. And
I saw you guys talking
China,
about that.
In China, there were two competing philosophies on whether Earth was flat or a globe for a while, too. This is going back like 1,000 years.
But there is a bit of a gray area, we're saying, between the ancient Greeks and Renaissance Europe, like 2,000 years, like who was carrying the torch?
I point to one of these interesting books from the Dark Ages by Cosmas Indicopleustes, the Alexandrian bishop who used to be a trader, traveled all over the world, sailed everywhere. He wrote an encyclopedia called Christian Topography, and it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. This was written in the late 400s, and it's not like there's only one copy in existence. There are multiple copies found all over. I think it's in Greek. So, I mean, it makes a pretty strong case that it was written when they said it was written, given that. But he devoted a big part of this book when he surveyed the known extent of Christianity at the time. He devoted a big part of it to refuting what he called the globe earth heresy that was creeping into modern church ideas back in the late 400s.
Yeah.
So the weird thing is, where's the evidence of that? Like, I want to find what sources he was leaning on or recalling in order to state that this globe heresy was starting to become more popularized within the church back then.
Yeah, and you've got people in the Reformation and Martin Luther and things like that making reference to at least heliocentrism, if not the globe directly, and that being a point of disagreement and conflicting with the scriptures.
Yeah, Martin Luther was a flat earther for sure. That's 1,000 years after Cosmos Indigo Bluestis. If there is 1,000 years between the two.
So it seems that there's a few individuals who made claims for it to be a sphere, but it just wasn't accepted. It was shut down. It's almost like they were trying to introduce this for a very long time, but they had to work their way into the church, right? And it wasn't until it was adopted by the church that it could actually, become a story people would accept. So I think that's why Copernicus gets the credit, because he's the one who introduced it to the church. Before that, you've got a bunch of people trying to push it, but it was just being rejected, logically inconsistent.
Yeah, and the way I remember hearing it was that Copernicus was very reluctant to come out with his calendar, or the heliocentric calendar, and that the church had to convince him and help him get it published. I don't know how true that is.
Well, before Copernicus, wasn't it the people push like Ptolemy and whatnot pushing the geocentric model, and then Copernicus came along in the 1500s, didn't he? And he was the one that suggested that he said that it's spinning and all of that kind of thing.
Well, if I can point to one thing, I tried to find the origin of this too. There were 3 Babylonian astronomers. I forgot their names. You can probably use AI and get their names. But they're kind of responsible for teaching the Greeks astronomy. 2 of them were globe earthers and one of them was a flat earther, not even joking. And this is like 800 BC.
$800 BC.
Yeah.
So that's before ancient Greece. Babylonia,
Yeah,
you said, yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, if the story's true, right? It feels to me like all of the ancient Greeks they quote, we have no evidence for, you know what I mean? Like the whole thing could just be made up. These individuals could just be made up to add credibility to the claim, right?
Perplexity AI is telling me there isn't a single universally agreed upon name that can be attributed to the moment the spherical Earth became widely accepted in the modern Western world. It's just it's just explaining it as a gradual ideology, like that just sort of, that slowly gains traction, starting with the ancient Greeks, leading up to now.
Exactly. From what I've gathered looking into it, it was like it was like conceptualized based off the way that we view the sky. Basically, they it came from the as above, so below. And they envisioned the heavens as a perfect sphere, and through philosophical grounds, they figured that the Earth must also be perfect, right? And that the Earth is also a sphere. So they kind of inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere. It's not like people went out one day and did some measurements and they're like, oh shit, we've been wrong for thousands of years, guys. We've gone out and measured the water and actually it's a globe. Like, here's our results. You can go check for yourself too. This is what we did. No one ever did that, and they didn't even claim to have done that.
Yeah, no, exactly. It makes sense that there's no individual it's attributed to because it's never been a discovery, where discoveries are attributed to singular people at times. But this isn't, because it's just a philosophy. But I think even then, what I was getting at was just, if you could trace a thread from the very beginning all the way to modern day, what groups of people would it pass through and be passed on by? Like, if you had that exact view.
Yep. Well, Perplexity says, in summary, there is no one specific name to attribute the global acceptance of Earth's sphericity to. It was a process led by figures like Magellan, Elcano, and Copernicus, but not a single discoverer, like you just said. And let's put it in quotation marks, discoverer, or, in quotation marks, declarer.
Yeah. This is what
Can you
I have
humor
written
me?
down. It kind of, how you look at all the ancient depictions of the Earth, and it's like a flat plane inside a contained system, and the sky looks like all the stars and everything are on a dome or a container or a celestial sphere, whatever you want to call it. All the stars are in like a dome shape in the sky. So what I have written down is that the Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. And then later on, these philosophers came along, such as Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, and they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that the heavens appeared spherical and perfect. The Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
And that's where the 16:1 ratio comes in.
And just the Pythagoreans worshipping geometry and seeing the universe as being created in perfect geometry. That totally makes sense. So that's, a very plausible beginning point. But then tracing
Can you research for me these Babylonian astronomers, if you don't mind? I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm driving. I might be lag. Sorry, Cyclone.
No, you're all right. No, I'm just saying this is a good endeavor. Try and trace it from point to point. I think DJ's on it in terms of the origins of it.
Yeah, I got a whole write-up on here, and all the way up to today, how it kind of warped from the ancient culture's way of looking at the sky, and then later philosophers turning that conceptual way of, assuming the sky is like a perfect sphere, and then they sort of turned that into a coordinate system, and eventually inverted that onto the Earth, and then it spiraled from there. Literally after Copernicus came along.
Yeah. Well, no, this is a good thread, guys. So unless there's some new people that want to ask questions or get involved, I'd like to hear some more continuation on this. But anyway, I'm going to have to drop off. But I'll be listening on YouTube, so good to hear you guys.
Stay you too, man. Good to see
thank you, Cyclone. The reason why I'm pulling the Babylonian thread is because they wrote every freaking thing down. And this is a thread that I didn't pull completely, and it'd be interesting to see if we can pull it any further from here.
Oh, I know. Okay, I'll come up then.
What's up?
Yeah.
Well, gather around, friends, let me tell you a tale about a man with a tantrum the size of a whale. He stomps in the forums like he owns the whole town, but the second you ask him for proof, he breaks down. He's the legend of nowhere, the sheriff of Spam, the kind of cowboy who argues with a traffic can. He calls himself a leader, but he's barely a fan. He's quantum Karen, the myth, the meltdown, the man. Oh, quantum Karen, riding high on his delusion, wrangling screenshots full of lies and confusion. He's the king of nothing, just a dust bowl clown with a YouTube ego bigger than a ghost town. Yeah, quantum Karen, always screaming and swearing. If drama was a horse, he'd sure be the one wearing it. He chases folks away like a prairie storm's wind. Quantum Karen, the outlaw of his own imagination. He'll twist every word like a lasso gone wrong. Makes a mile-wide claim with a brain half as strong. He'll preach on a live stream with fire in his eyes, but you fact check the guy and it's all chilly and lies. He picks fights with shadows and calls it a win. Starts a brawl with a cactus, then calls it a sin. He's the town's loudest echo in a canyon of noise, a grown-up tantrum in a cowboy's voice. Oh, quantum Karen, riding high on his illusion, wrangling screenshots full of lies and confusion. He's the king of nothing, just a dust bowl clown with a YouTube ego bigger than a ghost town. Yeah, quantum Karen, always screaming and swearing. If drama was a horse, he'd sure be the one wearing it. He chases folks away like a prairie storm's wind. Quantum Karen, the outlaw of his own imagination. Now I ain't one for gossip, but the stories I've heard, he once rage quit a chat cause someone used a long word. Says he's saving the world while he's losing say hi. He's the rootin' tootin' king of taking things wrong. A dusty old jukebox stuck on the same sad song. So if you're riding the range and you hear a loud cry, don't worry, it's just him yelling, everybody else lies. He'll say he's the savior while he burns down the barn. He's a one-man stampede in a thrift store yarn. But bless his poor heart, he just can't understand. Respect ain't something you demand with a hand. Oh, quantum Karen riding high on his illusion, wrangling screenshots full of lies and confusion. He's the king of nothing, just a dust bowl clown with a YouTube ego bigger than a ghost town. Yeah, quantum Karen, always screaming and swearing. If drama was a horse, he'd sure be the one wearing it. He chases folks away like a prairie storm's wind. Quantum Karen, the outlaw of his own, him as a magician. So tip your hat, boys, let's all ride on. Leave quantum Karen howling at the dawn. 'Cause ain't no town big enough to share with a guy who argues with tumbleweeds walking on by. Well, Nathan wrote a book and he handed it on down to old Quantum Karen, the saddest clown in town. He said, fix a couple pages, just a tiny little chore. But Karen's ego kicked the door like a bull in a hardware store. Nathan's book ain't missing pages, it's missing him. Karen said I'll give it back once my name's on the spine. Nathan blinked real slow like, buddy, have you lost your mind? But Karen's ego whispered, claim the whole thing, son. And Karen nodded proudly like he'd already won. Oh, book band to Karen, king of the petty and small. He ain't 6 feet tall, but his ego's 10 feet tall. He locked that book away like a gold bar in a vault. But the only thing bigger than the mess is that book thief's fault. He didn't write the story, didn't draft the lines, but he's demanding credit like he authored Frankenstein. He's holding that book hostage like a low-budget villain. Buddy, blink twice if your ego gets to feeling too chilly. Oh, book bandit Karen, put the novel down slow before your big old ego makes the whole thing blow. Nathan wants his book back, but Karen's pride says no. Saddest outlaw ever riding. Look how great I am, roll by just your ego stealing stuff again. Well, out in a digital ghost town way past sane lives Quantum Karen, riding high on his imaginary reign. And behind that cowboy tantrum like a circus gone wrong marches loyal little sidekick singing Karen's angry song. They don't ask him questions, they don't dare disagree. They just nod like bobbleheads saying, yes, your majesty. It's a wild kind of loyalty you only see in cartoons. Quantum Stockholm Syndrome under neon moons. Oh, Quantum Stockholm Syndrome, where the nonsense flows like a broken down poem. They follow that man like he's wrangling the sun, though he's riding the donkey and calling it a gun. Yeah, they're stuck to him tight as duct tape on a broom. Quantum Stockholm Syndrome. Welcome to the Doom Saloon. Now Flatsy climbs a deputy this runaway ranch, trying hard to spell logic, but she ain't got a chance. Bless her little soul, she's a walking rodeo crash, with a cooking channel brain and a conspiracy stash. says Karen's always right, even when he screams wrong. She's the queen of confusion in a 3-chord song. If common sense was cattle, she lost hers long ago. And just smiles and says, yep, like she's stuck in slow-mo. Oh, quantum Stockholm syndrome, where the nonsense flows like a broken down poem. They follow that man like he's wrangling the sun, though he's riding a donkey and calling it a gun. Yeah, they're stuck to him tight as duct tape on a broom. Quantum Stockholm syndrome. Welcome to the doom slum. Then there's Irish Brown with a Guinness-shaped heart, standing by Karen like they'll never be apart. He cheers every rant, every meltdown, every yell, like a best man at a wedding wishing Karen well. He says, hey, you're brilliant when his hero explodes, even when Karen's facts fall clean off the road. It's loyalty so blind it should come with a cane, a bromance forged in pure malfunctioning brain. Then we got Jenna strutting in like she's teaching a class, swinging big confidence with knowledge made of glass. She's a one-woman seminar misunderstanding things, with a high horse taller than a church bell rings. Talks loud like a sheriff but shoots blanks every time, misquotes every thought like a karaoke rhyme. But Karen claps along as kingdom needs a clown, and Jenna fills the job like a rodeo showdown. Then drunk Adam stumbles in holding beer number 9, trying hard to focus on the live stream line. He slurs, Karen's a messiah as he falls off his chair, living on government checks and a fridge of despair. But he's loyal as a hound dog with one floppy ear, shows up to defend Karen every night of the year. Though half the time he thinks he's defending a tree, but hey, that's the squad's whole ideology. Oh, quantum Stockholm syndrome, where the nonsense flows like a broken down poem. They follow that man like he's wrangling the sun, though he's riding a donkey and calling it a gun. Yeah, they're stuck to him tight as duct tape on a broom. Quantum Stockholm syndrome, the funniest doom saloon. So raise your hats, boys, and toast this motley crew, a circus of loyalty together with glue. If Karen ever rode off, they chase him through the haze, because since left town and they're stuck in a sideways maze. रात क्रिसमस की थी लाइट शाइनिंग ब्राइट डीजे राकेश बोला ब्रो लुक विद योर साइड ग्लोबल बोले बॉल स्पिनिंग ऑल नाइट मैं बोला रे भाई फिर भी होराइजन स्ट्रेट राइट उनके दिमाग में कंफ्यूजन का स्टॉर्म लॉजिक का स्वेटर भी कभी नहीं वो ट्रस्ट द ग्लो दे से पर एविडेंस आए तो दे रन अवे उनका ग्लोब सो खोल उनका हार्ट सो टाइट सच बोलूं तो बोलते ब्रो नॉट टुनाइट मैं बोला क्रिसमस है software always fine. Oh, Christmas night, oh, sacred light, flat rain showing, truth so bright. Globers batak jaye left or right. DJ Rakesh dropping facts. Pura dynamite. Mix मेरा Christmas style Globers crying like Santa on trial Curvature missing its refraction bro अरे बाबा excuse का कभी खत्म नहीं flow दिल से बोल रहा हूँ listen my friend truth का रास्ता ग्लोबर्स क्यों तुम इतना रोते कराते हो आवाज टूट जाए पर ग्लोब नहीं समझ पाते हो लेने पे हम चल रहे साफ साफ दिखता फिर भी तुम बोलते नो ब्रो अर्थ टिकता बीट सॉफ्ट एंड स्पोर्ट ड्रामेटिक का गिफ्ट क्रिसमस का ब्लेसिंग है Globers dancing like reindeer drum Logic anta gone into the trunk मैं बोला laser hits target straight line यार वो बोले extreme refraction होले अब तो हार Christmas bells ring truth के घंटी flat plane reality facts की शांति Glober shouting no behind the tree Santa bhi bole bro this globe can't be oh Christmas ki raat sky so clear flat plane ka truth we hold so dear Glober is confused stuck in fear DJ Rakesh bolta sach aa gaya re cheese
Earth, Merry Christmas, bro. No spin, no curve, only love, flow. Ew, Merry Christmas, मेरे भाई.
हाँ बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री ने दबाई झूठ को छुपा लिया पर हम लाई था. स्कूल में बोला ग्लोब घूमता है, मैं बोला भाई कब देखा तूने यहाँ से. टीचर ने घूमा बुक दिखाया ना सका, मैं बोला फोटो तो CGI लगता. टीवी पे दिखाते रॉकेट ऊपर जाता, सब लोग ताली बजाए बस कॉपी करे जाता. डीजे राकेश बोलता सोच थोड़ा डीप, ये सब स्क्रिप्ट लिखा you're falling asleep. Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate. DJ राकेश on master से मीडिया ने ब्रेन वॉश कर दिया रे. Flat horizon पे सच्चिया रे. Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate. DJ राकेश we liberate. खोलो आँख देख सा straight. No spinning globe was level play. Textbook में लिखा space is real, but studio lights they reveal the deal. Moon पे shadow copy paste style. DJ राकेश laughing, bro denial. News वाले बोले trust the science, but जब पूछा proof सबका silence. हम तो करते observation live. 21 mile like flat survive. Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate. DJ राकेश on master से मीडिया ने brain wash कर दिया रे. Flat horizon पे सच्चिया रे. Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate. DJ राकेश we liberate. खोलो आँख देख सा straight. No spinning globe was level play. DJ राकेश mic पे आया truth vibration. No rotation just revelation. Bollywood indoctrinate पर हम तो awake, सबको जगाने का ये DJ का break. Stronger than our kind. Bubbling deep, gobbling, tactical, bubbling, curry sound effects. Cockery, black and white DJ Rakesh. Adjust his shades and later. DJ Rakesh in the kitchen, science edition. Cooking up truth, no superstition. Look inside the pot, kya dikh raha bhai? Surface bilkul flat, no curve inside. Why? Fluid dynamics, baby, flow is real. Viscosity ka mass appeal. Pull it slow, watch it calm. Still no globe in Rakesh's palm. Curry flag hai, globe back hai. DJ Rakesh ne sab baat hai. Bubbling liquid, mirror smooth. Physics, bowling flat is truth. DJ Rakesh. Mixing logic in masala fresh. DJ Rakesh. Curry surface, pass the test. Professor आया, बोले sphere है earth. Rakesh बोला sir देखो घर का mirth. Big pot curry full to brim. कहा है curve या बस एक whim. If gravity pulls so tight, why curry not bulge on left or right? Same density, same motion flow, yet curry flat. Science bolo. Rakesh needs spoon reflection bolta. This is true perfection. No curve, no tilt, no spin detection. Only flatness, divine connection. Curry flat है, DJ रखे साथ है. Globus का logic सब back है. Thermal flow or surface calm. Newton pi took your balin palm. DJ Rakesh, chef of truth, सबके mess. DJ Rakesh, flat curry, no stress. Camera zoom on, ladle swirl. Crowd shout, flat world, flat world. Rakesh drop the beat so hot. Curry truth in every pot. Curry flat hai, earth be flat hai. DJ Rakesh ne bola, that's that hai.
Yo, what's up? بيتكلموا عن إسرائيل أنا دخلت أهو مش بيتكلم احنا ساكتين
Adele. Mark Goff. Gotham.
Hi. Hi. Dodicambosa, Tosino, Sadosa, Posino, Barasta, Abadosino, Barasta.
Hello guys, it's going.
Hey bro, how are you? Hello, are you listening? हेलो अबे बोलो तो सही भाई, बोलो तो सही।
a track, a song called "I Left My Heart in Somewhere." San Francisco. I left my heart in San Francisco. Greetings, everybody in the chat, everybody watching this after it's aired live. We're going to look at the globe's false geometry. First with observations and then with illusions or misconceptions. So first with world observation. This is the Tirahana. There is a link to this video in the chat. If you scroll to the very top of the chat, you'll have a link to this video if you'd like to watch it yourself. It's Tirahana Ferry observation at 38 kilometers. It's conclusive proof of flat Earth by the Divine Plane, who is in Mallorca. Not Mallorca, what am I saying? The Canary Isles. Okay. I'm not going to play all the video. Just going to show the most salient points. Here you have a vehicle in the water. The dark blue band is the amount of water that should be hiding this vehicle at this distance. The distance is 38 kilometers. However, because the vehicle is not hidden by ocean going up halfway up the hull, the globe believers say it can't be 38 kilometers, it must be at a distance that matches the observation. That's what we're going to look at. We're going to look at the distance versus what the globe believers say must be the distance, and we're going to find that in both cases the globelings fail. So I'm going to play a portion of it, just bear with me. Oh, I mean, that is really, really flat. Let's look at picture number 8. Just beautiful. And this picture is really, really special. I love this picture. And you know what? You guys are going to love it too. Because the horizon, don't forget, it's at, I think, should be 33 kilometers out. And as we've already pointed out, it should be, you know, more or less blocking about this amount of the ship. The ship should be under that amount of curvature, right? But take a close look here. And you're really going to like this in the video. But you can actually see water back